No, thanks for joining us. We're just to start our meeting. Thanks for joining us for our Committee of the Whole meeting for November 26th. I'd like to respectfully acknowledge that the landowners are gathering on the unceded territory of the Comox First Nation and the traditional keepers of this land. I'd like to make a statement of remembrance for Lawrence Burns. Flags at City of Courtenay facilities are flying at half-mast in honor and remembrance of Lawrence Burns following his passing over the weekend. Burns was well known in our community, having served as the Courtenay Volunteer Fire Department's first full-time fire chief from 1969 to 1995. Through his career, he guided the fire department through growth and modernization and inspired many others to take up fire service. He was also a longtime member of the Courtenay Heritage Commission, including many years as its chair. Burns was involved with many projects supporting physical, social, and cultural heritage in the Comox Valley. He was an avid researcher and collaborator, always committed to preserving local history. In recognition of his many contributions to our community, the city awarded Burns with the Freedom of the City in 1995, our highest honor. He was also recognized by Heritage BC with a Distinguished Service Award in 2020. In 2022, the city dedicated Lawrence Burns Park in his honor, 1.57-acre naturalized green space at 480 Hunt Road, 1 block south of Back Road and Ryan Road. Courtenay Council and staff extend a heartfelt condolences to his family, friends, and colleagues with gratitude for Burns' life and his lifelong service and generous dedication to the community. He'll be missed. With that, I would just like to really recognize the time I got to spend with him on the Heritage Committee, fundraising for Glacier View Lodge and other things. He was really, I would say, extremely active, and it was always an honor to be able to work with him. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Councillor Morin for a statement as well.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to recognize that the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence in 2025 is taking place from November 25th to December 10th, focusing on the theme Unite to End Digital Violence Against All Women and Girls. The 16 Days of Activism is an annual international campaign that runs from the 25th of November to December 10th, which is actually Human Rights Day. And this campaign aims to raise awareness about gender-based violence and mobilize action to end it globally. Each year, the campaign highlights specific themes and calls for collective action to address various forms of violence against women and girls. So as I mentioned, the theme for 2025 is on digital violence, which is one of the fastest growing forms of abuse affecting girls and women. The theme emphasizes the importance of digital safety as a central aspect of gender equality, and includes various forms of abuse such as cyberbullying, online harassment, non-consensual sharing of intimate images, and stalking through digital means. And some of the things that the campaign calls for is governments such as our own local governments to stand up against to these harms, and for tech companies to ensure platform safety and remove harmful content, and of course for individuals to speak out as well. And if you want more information, the UN Women has a lot of information on the website. Something that was noted is the increased incidents of women journalists who are being harmed physically and online for trying to have a voice. And so just wanted to make sure we recognize that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Morin. It's much appreciated. And for those that are joining us this evening, we are going to be doing it's basically focused on budgets. And with that, I will pass it over to Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you through the mayor to council. This is my 4th financial plan with our council, having the pleasure to join the community as the city manager. Council's given us some really good direction for the preparation of the 2026 to 2030 financial plan. And I just wanted to, before we start, I wanted to thank all of our staff who've put together the documents that you're going to consume over the next 2 meetings. There's been a great deal of thought and effort aligning our strategic priorities, council direction, and an attempt to come forward with a reasonable and manageable financial plan to end the term for this council. Mr. Langemeyer is going to lead our conversation. Per the email I sent out today, individual directors will then carry forward financial plan information by their service area. We anticipate quite a bit of dialogue with council, and we'll hope to get some specific direction for us drafting our financial plan going forward. So thanks very much. Over to Mr. Langemeyer.
Hello, council. Nice to be
Hang
here
on 1
once
second.
again.
Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, I was just wondering, just before we start, is it, at what point should we ask questions? Just save them until a break point, you'll let us know, or as we go along?
So that is a wonderful question. And so in a bit of the preamble information I had sent out is what our goal here is we want to get direction from the committee to inform the financial plan moving forward. And so at each director's interval, we have time for questions. That does not stop council from raising it. If there's an item that you want to address right away, raise it. We'll get into the presentations, and the idea of the committee setting is so we can have that easier communication back and forth. The idea is to be slightly less formal. Doesn't look any different, so hopefully we'll still achieve that. Some directors' areas are longer, and we'll see essentially natural breaking points, like if we look to operations in the sewer and water, or in my section, I work through taxation, reserve, surplus, and questions can come up as they appear.
All right. Excellent.
Still trying.
Is it turned on?
Is it turned on?
There's no on switch on that one.
Oh.
Oh, is there a switch?
On the side?
Oh, that's not the one I sold him then.
Okay, nice.
That's okay.
Nice to be here once again. In the very many of attachments we received to this agenda, there was a summary of the slides. The information on the table of contents is hyperlinkable, so you can hold control and click it, and it will take you to that area in the slide deck. Makes it much easier for us to get around. So we'll start off. We're financial planning. So like CAO said, it's a collaborative effort. Our goal is to align with strategic priorities. We focus on asset management as a big piece of our work, and we want to extend the life of our assets. The direction from the 2025 to 29 financial plan, there's no direction to change the level of service. And I always want to reiterate that capital and special projects that were approved in prior years that are carrying forward will continue on. Bringing us to that direction from way back in April of 2025, at the close of our financial planning process, council gave the following resolution. And it really directed staff to look for when we're preparing this 26 to 30 financial plan. Are there revenue options? Are there different changes we can tweak to the capital plan to prioritize or deprioritize items? Look at operational efficiencies, develop a reserve and surplus policy that guides a lot of our spending, and explore other options. And the goal was to really look at those future years of the tax change. I want to highlight some of the big picture items that we'll see. And along with each director, we'll bring up how they addressed this motion of council last year. So one of the recently adopted changes that was brought forward was a change to the cemetery revenue. And so this financial plan sees revenue increase to that break-even area. Looking at where we have had, our budgets are not, or actual spending is not keeping up with our budget spending has been in wages. Since COVID, there seems to be just bigger challenges with recruitment and people finding work, and just the natural progression of people moving through jobs. We're recognizing that we should not be budgeting at 100% of the wage cost. So we're budgeting at 95% of our wages. That's a new approach for this year. In prior years, we were looking at where interest rates were going for long-term debt. Interest rates for long-term debt have settled. We're not seeing as much volatility, and we're adjusting our assumptions from 5% down to 4%. May not seem like a massive change, but we're looking at I think $130 million capital plan over the next 5 years with substantial borrowing in there. So those small tweaks make impacts further out. We did defer some select capital projects where just wasn't function able to get done. But some other capital projects have sprung up since council last talked about the financial plan. One of the areas that I find is interesting in my position is when I look at the financial plan, I'm looking at all departments. Typically, a director will look at their specific area, and there's certain accounts that they don't really touch. We ask them not to touch insurance because that's one area. And so when you have up to 100 different accounts that have a distributed amount, I really looked at that to see if we could focus and make sure our insurance and utility bills are accurate with what we're spending. If we're always slightly over budgeting for those areas, it's an area where we can gain some efficiency with not any change to service level, just more focused in where our budgeting and our spending is. One of the bigger pieces that changed from financial plan last year is last year council made the decision to change our police reserve. We fund our balance in the policing reserve is the equivalent of it is the equivalent of 10 FTE. This was funded through a substantial transfer from surplus. In the past, any savings from RCMP, budget versus actual, found its way into the general surplus. This was kind of really skewing our numbers because in the last several years, we've had our RCMP budget set, but the actual officers in place have not been there, and we're not billed for there. So a change is we're moving one RCMP FTE from taxation funded to the policing reserve. We're seeing similar trends to the number of officers working and available to the city. And so instead of continuing to tax, we're saying, hey, until these staffing issues substantially change, let's not overtax for this service. There was also a direction to limit the number of staffing resources. And one thing I do want to hit on is that the financial plan, we did not consider service level cuts without seeking council direction, as that is direction that council gave last year. So I'm going to get right into it. Surplus. How did we get to where we are? You'll remember this slide from last year, and you'll notice 2023 versus 2024. So the numbers quoted there are the change in the annual surplus. So 24, you see an $871,000 change in surplus, where the prior year we saw a $5.9 million change. You might ask, what happened? And so as referenced, the RCMP was a pretty big change. That about $2 million of our surplus, we moved into that RCMP reserve. We also recognized a snow and solid waste reserve. So continuing to move a bit of those surplus monies into the specific areas that created them. Further, we utilized surplus to fund special projects. This approach was first taken in 2023. The slide we have here is the accumulation, the balance of our surplus. And as you note, it was hovering around $4 million for several years. Through the COVID years, things changed substantially. Taxation levels, although they didn't increase, they remained consistent. We had funding coming to the provincial government in two different methods that really impacted our surplus balances. Plus, through the COVID years, there was even more challenges in the staffing issues, and projects were really put on hold due to just the inability to access stuff. So addressing our surplus is a big item in the beginning of this presentation. So you may ask, well, what's the forecast for 25? Great question. We've done the best that we can. Looking at preparing this information, would be November now. This was prepared mid-October. We're looking at about a $2.5 million surplus. There's a few items that we have to remove from that. I wanted to highlight that in the prior year, we had received additional LG cap funds that were unbudgeted for. And I want to highlight, we did not receive those funds this year. And that program has actually come to an end. So it does impact some of our future capital. DCC revenue is another one that we do not have control over, but we cannot recognize it as usable funds because it is specified for the DCC program. So our unencumbered estimated surplus for the year is about $1.9 million. Where does that come from? Again, it's accumulation of staff vacancies. The interest on our general fund is above budget by about $300,000. Although our borrowing rates, we're seeing a decrease, we're still benefiting from some reasonable rates of return at our bank and in our different investments. Where things were trending last year, we were expecting interest rates to drop further, but they have actually mellowed out. What they will do next year, I do not know. And again, our CMP is looking about 500,000 of that surplus. And I use the other as accumulation of all those other small accounts that get us to, or about $1.9 million. So how does this tie together? Where I want to get to is how much surplus is available for us to use. We start with our surplus balance from the end of last year, $20.1 million. We have to pull off a bunch of items that council's already given direction to spend on. The 2025 RFE. RFE, you'll see that term used several times. It's called the Reserve for Future Expenditure. It is any tax-funded capital project that was not yet completed. So we don't want to double tax for a project. So we say, hey, we'll save that money, use it for the project into the future if it's already been in the budget. Council gave direction to use $1 million of surplus in the 6th Street Bridge. In 25, we reduced the current year taxation and used $1.7 million of surplus. In 25, we also identified $2.1 million of special projects funded from surplus. And then in 25, we had a number of carry forward items, about 600,000. So from the 2025 financial plan, we have $7 million of that $20 million is actually already spoken for. We can't try to spend it twice. We'll add on our estimated operating surplus for 2025 to get an ending surplus for December 31st of 25 of about $14.8 million. Working through that, looking forward, we can take our expected carry forward items from our budget, again, about $600,000. The new special projects being proposed that are funded from surplus, one-time items you'll see in various directors' areas. And this is where our wages are being budgeted at 95%. We're going to recognize that instead of taxing for, we'll use the equivalent of 5% of our total wages will come from surplus. That gives us the ability, if and when everybody shows up, we have the authorization to pay them, but it also gives us the flexibility to not have to tax for those wages again. So that brings us to our 2026 available surplus. So we have about just over $12 million that is free and clear to use. And the question is, well, how much surplus should we actually have? And this is a wonderful question, and it goes to the council's direction of creating reserve policy. That work is still being worked on, but this is one of the places we can look to the past of what we did in 25 to mirror what we want to do for 26. So I find it's challenging to really comprehend, is $12 million is a lot of money. $12 million is also not very much money, depending on what you do. So I've broken down our total spending. So we take the total operational budget from last year, just shy of $74 million. We add the tax funded capital, so we get a total spending authorized by council last year of $75,315,000. We'll pull out sewer and water operations because those are funded by their own utility rates. And we have a total general fund spend of $55 million. A weekly, daily, monthly spend, we spend $151,000 every single day. That's what's authorized by our financial plan. Weekly, it's $1 million. So it really puts into place, like, how much money should you have in your rainy day fund if you're authorized to spend $1 million a week? We have currently $12 million in that fund. So the table on the right outlines, different scenarios where we could target the surplus usage. In the prior year, council went with 20% of annual spending was our surplus that we wanted to keep on hand. Essentially, anything in excess of that was good to go to a different use. That provided about 2.4 months of cash on hand. This year, I've added an area in between the 15 and 20%. Looking at 2 months of cash on hand, judging from where I've seen our current spending, the size of our organization, our other cash resources, our ability to turn on and turn off spending, it really informs where we're comfortable with our surplus balance. I should say, the financial plan was prepared using council's prior direction at the 20% level. That is not set by policy or directive. It is what has been done in the past. If council so chooses to use a different figure, I wanted to provide these for your information. So bringing it to the spending side of our budget, the general operating, the big cost drivers. Municipalities are heavily, our biggest expense is wages. Any changes to wages or cost increases to the benefits really hit the bottom line. Other pieces that are pushing that are internally driven are our capital plan. There's been a substantial increase in the capital plan over the last several years. The change in the living wage in the recreation is continuing to push wages around, but it's also, we're paying those folks a living wage. Some external drivers that are pushing is inflation has mellowed from what it has been in the years past, but is still impacting us. An area that I do want to highlight is, since we're so heavily invested in wages, any change to our overhead, so CPP, EI, or WCB contributions, really change that. You have a 1% change in CPP across the entire organization. And I've hit on this in the past, that over the past several years, CPP has changed fundamentally from providing 25% of your post-retirement income to providing 33%. So overall, the CPP rate has increased, and the wages subject to CPP have also increased. There's now CPP 1 and CPP 2. For 2026 and the foreseeable future, these changes have now stopped. So we're now up at the higher CPP rate, and the folks retiring in 30 years from now will see more money out of CPP. So I'm looking forward to that one day. Recruitment and compensation continues to be a challenge, and our CMP costs, the per member rate, continues to rise. And these are areas where we don't have much say or control over. So I want to bring up this slide here. This is out of our budget software, and this represents what you'll be seeing a lot through each director's presentation. So I want to walk through each column. The first column, 2025 amended budget, that is what was approved by council back in May. 26 base budget is essentially the 26th year of the 2025 plan approved by council. Working through our different columns, we have the inflation. This column captures inflation that occurred that was beyond the expected and built-in inflation to the prior year's financial plan. Service level impacts are specific areas where staff have identified. By adding this, we're actually adjusting our service level, and the service level impacts can be up and down in cases. Growth, that's an area where we've had cost increases just due to the number of items occurring. I always like to use fire for this example because there isn't much control over the number of fires that the department responds to. So if there's more one year, there's going to be more expenses as related to responding to those fires. A one-time item, this is a specific sort of a small project or an item that occurs for the year and then falls out in the next year. So we don't see an ongoing cost to these items. Capital impact column, that one is still to be built out, but we're really trying to work in when we have a net new capital project or a change to our existing capital, that we want to build in the operating impacts of that project. We have then the carry forward items. So these are items that they're small projects. They're not capital in nature. They're not big enough to be qualified as a special project. Often there are specific purchase of a piece of equipment or a task that we wanted to get done that you just didn't get to in 25. So instead of taxing in for that money, you're recognizing that we're going to complete it in 26, and then it comes out of the budget for the 27 and beyond years. And finally, we have the reallocation column. That is simply moving budget from one area to another. Reallocation always nets to zero over the big picture. Sometimes you'll see departments that are quite large where you have a reallocation from one division to the other. But as you can see under this completely rolled up version of the report, it nets to zero. So there's no budget impact. It's just focusing money where it needs to go. And then finally, you have the 2026 budget. That's the goal to be adopted by council in the future years. And further out, you have the expected spending from 27 through 30.
Councillor McCollum.
It looks as though the carry forward column is used in the increase decrease. I'm just trying to understand why that is. Sorry. I don't know why I'm not talking into my mic. I'm just trying to understand why the carry forward wouldn't be a net zero, because it looks as though it increases like the 2026 budget from 2025. So to me, that math doesn't, I can't quite put that together. Can you explain to me why that's a budget increase if it's a carry forward?
Oh, yes, because the base 2026 budget would not include that item. It would have been an item that was included in the 25. That would have been likely a one-time item. And then in the 26 year of your 25 budget, that item wouldn't exist. So what we're doing is we're recognizing that an item that was budgeted for and approved in 25 that did not get done gets moved into 26 to get completed. The carry forward column is funded from prior year surplus to recognize that we have tax for this. We'd have identified it. It just did not get done.
Okay, so yeah, it's in the increase budget, but it's not funded by general tax.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Yes.
Thanks.
And it's, you may wonder, there's a lot of little like pieces of detail, but it really builds like how we're paying for things and where we're really seeing the change in service level or the cost being driven. Another piece I want to highlight to this, you'll see in the next couple slides, the reports look slightly different. One of the challenges with this is this shows revenue and expense by department. So your net line isn't the full cost. It is reduced by a revenue picture. So what I've done in the next couple slides, I break apart revenue from expense so we can look at strictly all the revenue and we can strictly look at all the expense. And it gives you a better idea of the individual department spending. So here we are, looking at just the revenue. '26, city is set to bring in about $80 million in revenue. Of that, 37 million is from taxation. And I want to highlight to council that you see the taxation line stays at $37 million across the next 5 years. That's because I didn't want to build in or presuppose what the tax change council wants to be would be. So by leaving it flat, we can really give the ability to show what is the change, what is the impact of a taxation decision today have on those future years. Because if you do a percent change this year, it does have implications down the road. I want to highlight that taxation is the main source of revenue for the municipality, 46% of total revenue. The next biggest piece is fees and charges. Of that 36% though, 27% of it is utilities. So it really highlights the different levers of revenue available for council to adjust. Like there may be a desire to not increase taxation, but that is your main revenue source to get things done. Changes to fees and charges. Well, if you have only 9% of your total revenue is actually fees and charges that can be adjusted or aren't tied to utilities, it changes some of maybe the decisions or the goals that council may have. I do want to identify that of the utilities, the pretty big portions of our utility charges are directly related to the CVRD requisitions, the different requisitions. So 54% of our water utility revenue, it goes directly to paying for water, 53 for the sewer operations, and then 21 for solid waste. So where does that actually leave beyond the levers on taxation to change, which is often talked about? Here are our fees and charges broken down in a bit more detail, where we can see these are all the departments that bring in revenue. again, identify, utility revenue makes up 80% of the total fee and charge revenue. This year, we won't be seeing substantial discussion on water and sewer utility rates as council adopted 5-year bylaws in the prior year. And those rates are continuing on and are funding the utilities adequately. We will see a slight change to solid waste, about $2. Well, not about, it is set to be $2. So bringing the rate up very slightly, but that matches the change in tipping fees at the regional district. So I do want to highlight, if we look down corporate services, police, the development services and our CCS revenue, those are your two bigger areas that there is actually a bit of ability to adjust. We try to update rates as we go along, but we don't have clear, strict policy that says council shall see fee and charges increased by CPI or 5% per year. It's really more of an organic change. Bringing it over to the expense side of things. For 26, that column shows that the total projected spending is $79 million. And now that does include debt interest and debt principal payments. It does not include the capital plan. This is really just operating spending. I want to highlight that, of that $79 million, just shy of $30 million is all wages. And it represents, 32% of our total expenditures. The next single biggest expense is transfers to the CVRD, which represents 16% of that total number. Water, sewer, solid waste. These are places where it's very hard to control what's going on. And we're really, really bound by having to raise funds to pay for these services that we don't have direct control over. And then the third single biggest expense is our contracted services. And it really is dominated by the RCMP and MTerra, which provides solid waste. So it really gives an idea of if we want to pull some levers to adjust our budget, that looking at our materials and supplies budget or our consulting budgets or our training budgets, yeah, they'll have some impact, but it's really these top three are the ones, if we want to see any material change in our budgets, is these are the ones that we could look at. So bringing this to taxation. Since we're doing this a little earlier in the year, we do not have the 2026 information available from BC Assessment. Looking at what the real estate market's been doing around, we don't expect a lot of volatility in house prices. Similar to last year, there was about I think it was a 1 or 2% change in the market value. New construction or non-market change is also not yet known. In the financial plan, I've worked in an assumption of $400,000 non-market change. So that would be taxation resulting from new construction. Historically, over the past 5 years, we have an average of $529,000. In 2025, we had non-market change revenue of just shy of $740,000. But you look across that average, there have been years where it's been down at $416,000. So given where development is going, some of the recent revitalization tax exemptions giving, really where this non-market change amount will land, I'm not entirely sure. We'll have a better picture of that in January. But I wanted to highlight that we have worked in some. It may be conservative, it may be relatively accurate to 2023's growth figures. I do want to highlight our assessment and distribution. Historically, council was presented with a question late in the budgeting cycle of what do you want the tax ratio to be between residential and commercial. It's one way of doing things. Where I want to highlight this is the information. So that top table is our assessment distribution. And you can see Courtney is dominated by residential assessment and a little bit of commercial. Everything else is essentially negligible in impacting our assessment base. The bottom slide is the taxation burden. So that's the portion of the total property taxes that's paid by each class. You can see that the residential class represents 89% of the assessment base, yet carries 65% of the taxation burden. Whereas commercial represents 10% of the assessment base and carries 33% of the taxation burden. So it's We're seeing a slight shift towards a slightly lower commercial tax burden and a slight increase in the residential burden. You know, we have seen substantial growth in the assessed value of residential properties versus commercial properties over that 5-year period. And these are some of the pieces that are kind of pushing that. Also, we've seen substantially more residential construction occur than commercial. So keeping an eye on these tax burdens and assessment distribution will give us a good gauge of where our taxes are being paid and by who. You know, when we come back with additional taxation information into the new year, we can see, given our changes, are we maintaining a similar idea? And the goal here is to to maintain our distribution where it is. If council wants to really shift where the tax burden is carried, I would like specific direction to do that, and I could return with information on that item. Bringing this to taxation and how do we compare? So this is data taken from BC Statistics. It takes the taxation and charges and utilities on an average house. This includes all taxing authorities and all utilities in an area and puts it into one number. This is collected by BC Assessment through each municipality's annual required reporting. So we can see that Courtney has stayed in the same position from 24 to 25. The one change was a switch from West Kelowna and Langley. They're the only area that moved. If you notice, all the communities that have a lower per average household taxation have industrial tax base. North Cowichan, Cranbrook, Salmon Arm, and Fort St. John. Further, Fort St. John gets a good amount of money out of oil and gas, and we won't get into that. But I'd like to see that, we are comparable. We are on the lower end of the comparison, given our assessment base. I want to bring our attention to the next slide, which compares our local communities. So this isn't organized by population, it's just who's around us. We have switched places. We have fallen in this. We are now second to lowest on the comparable taxation. And this is information that was readily available. It's completely public and is for the 25 year. This does not look at any proposed tax changes these individual municipalities may be looking at for 26. So that brings us to one of the pieces of information we're looking for guidance on council is the total taxation change scenarios. So this is a relatively big table and my eyes are still good enough to read it on top. So the top row we want to talk about, that's the total revenue required to balance a financial plan with all the items in it included currently. The first scenario, given a 12% tax change, is utilizing $1,094,000 of surplus. That would get us right to the 20% target. Our future years taxation is still 13.7 and it tapers off into 28 through 30. Anytime we increase this surplus utilized to supplement current year taxation, we're essentially pushing that tax change off into the future. If we want to make changes to the total future taxes, direction will have to be given on reducing the capital plan or reducing services to get the spending down. We're in the fortunate situation where we have a reasonable amount of surplus. We have some prior guidance we can lean on to how much to use. We can't assume that for the futures, but historically it has continued to happen. The information I provided about how we get to where we are with surplus really builds to see there's lots of different pieces that go into forecasting that number. I do want to highlight that in these tax change scenarios, I use that $400,000 non-market change assumption. So with the scenarios, what's the impact to the average home? Last year, our average taxation on the average home was just shy of $2,000, and that's just the city of Courtney's portion of taxation. So if we were to apply a 12% tax change, which would be the first scenario, that average home would pay $237 more in taxation. Bring that into utilities. You can see the table on the right-hand side is the projected utility rates. Not projected, those are adopted utility rates by bylaw. by council. So that's what our utility rates are. We've worked in that $2 increase in solid waste. And one of the pieces you'll notice, the sewer frontage fee does not have to change. That was one of the items through the sewer and water rate review that was identified as requiring about a 1-year increase to get to where it needed to be to fund the sewer adequately for that. The sewer user fee is still working its way up to really cover the operating costs of the sewer fund. So if we look at the total change, where the total taxes and utility bill at a 12% change is $4,120. And I want to identify that includes the $237 tax change plus a $23 utility change. Finally, the question is the other taxing authorities, they don't have information released on that, but given where we were last year, I wanted to highlight in 24, it was about $1,600 a house, $1,700. It increased by just over $100 to $1,800. I suspect we will see similar changes. They could be slightly higher, slightly lower, but that's about the trend. If we assume a 10% increase, being on the big side, the total taxation for other authorities hovers around about $2,000. They're just shy of it. And we get to a spot of questions, taxation and surplus.
All right, Councillor Helene, I know you're online when you've put your hand up. So there you go. I'm going to pass it over to you.
Thanks, Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Perfectly.
Yeah. Adam, could you just explain the average taxation on the average house, how that's calculated? I think there may be people watching who, think that they pay more than what your averages showed. And so I think it'd be helpful if you could clarify that.
Yeah, I suspect you're speaking about the average taxation. And what I'm talking here is the city of Courtenay, what council has control over taxation. So a average home pays taxes for city of Courtenay and several other taxing authorities, such as the library, school, regional district, hospital district, MFA, and BC assessment. These ones, the city doesn't have direct control over. So I like to bring the conversation to what does council have control over and what's the impact of decisions today that council can make. So when somebody looks at their tax bill, they can see a line on there that the city of Courtenay municipal taxes is about $2,000 last year. Totally depends on your home value. If you have a higher than average home, you'll pay more taxes. If you have a lower average value home, you'll pay less.
Yeah, I was actually referring to the comparisons with other communities and that specific figure, how it's actually averaged out.
So this information is taken from the BC Stats website. Each municipality is required to submit standardized information, the average home value, their tax rates, the utility rates on an average home, and BC Stats compiles it all and produces it. When we look at this, we don't have to consider what type of services are offered by the regional district or the municipality, since we're looking at total taxation. This includes all taxing authorities and utility charges on that average home in that area.
Thanks.
Excellent. And I, because at some point we're saying all taxing authorities, and this specific one is, well, the one in front of us that's on the screen is all taxing authorities versus the other slide, which is just the city of Courtenay, which is where you came up with the dollar amount changes and that kind of stuff as well. So yeah, appreciate that clarification. Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation, Adam. I have a couple questions, but I would just wanted to start off with something that you highlighted early in your presentation around the RCMP and how we're handling some of those vacancies that are hard to predict, that we're moving what was previously a funded FTE from the RCMP and relying on that RCMP surplus that we created to pay for that should it be needed. That was my understanding.
Yeah, so the city has 31.4 authorized RCMP strength. The historic approach has been to leave 2 of those positions completely unfunded, recognizing that we've never actually seen everybody filled up. From there, we have 2 positions funded from the gaming reserve. And for the first time, this third would be funded from the RCMP reserve, which was substantially bolstered in the prior year.
Okay. That answers half my question because I wasn't clear if we were taking that one RCMP that we fund from gaming and just calling that, but it's one that was previously used from general taxation that's now, okay, that's great. The other question I had was just around that reserve. Just looking back at previous history, we increased it, substantially in 2 years. I think was sitting at 2.4 million at the end of 2024. Do you know what that reserve is currently at? And do we have a targeted cap that we wouldn't want, like that we consider as adequate for all of our contingency needs?
Yeah, and that reserve was established by council in the prior year, and it identifies the equivalent of 10 FTE. So that reserve has the ability to grow as the police costs increase. So there have been no additions or subtractions from that reserve. The only change would be the interest earned on that $2.4 million over the past year. So that's an item that I'd come back with in near when the financial plan is being adopted, once the 25 years all done, to say, hey, here's the reserve balance, here's the interest, here's the new cost per FTE, here's what we should or could adjust the reserve contribution to, or draw if the FTEs have dropped.
Okay, so yeah, I guess you did say that earlier. So we consider a fully funded contingency for that 10 FTEs, whatever that price is.
That is correct.
And we're pretty close to that right now. Maybe not bang on, but pretty close.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McCullum and Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation, Adam. Just to summarize, our utilities are going up by about $120, no matter what, unless we go back and change those. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then really, we're just looking at, do we want to increase taxes on an average home by $240 or $120? So we've got this $120 per average home to consider. Would that be a good summary of what we're trying to accomplish?
I would get a bit more specific on the taxation change. You have a few options to do. You know, the plan as presented has a 12% tax increase. It uses $1 million of surplus to balance, and it results in about a $240 increase per home. Any difference in that, you see it drops down the average change, but that is what it is. So depending on where council wants to land on the surplus number versus taxation, we can make that change without making any changes to the spending side of the financial plan or the capital side.
Right, without getting into all the projects and costs, we can just shift around the amount of not surplus. What am I looking for? One you just mentioned.
Yeah, taxation versus surplus, yes.
Yeah, the surplus. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch and Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much, Bart, and thanks for this, Adam. I wanted to get to understand a bit more about the surplus. And I know that a policy is forthcoming at some point. Just in the absence of policy, I've been trying to sort of think about how one would go about determining what is the appropriate amount of accumulated surplus. I was wondering, I did a little bit of research myself, but just what you've noticed in terms of what is a typical percentage for a BC municipality to keep in unallocated surplus.
And this is a really challenging question to answer. When I attend professional development, this question is often asked by the CFO groups. What should the surplus balance be? It really depends. And what some of the pieces for consideration is, how big are you? So a smaller municipality should actually hold a bit more in surplus because they just don't have the same resources to shift around. How often is payroll being the single biggest expense? Do we have other cash resources? So the Local Government Act and the Community Charter does allow municipalities to borrow from other reserves. So if we get into a real big pinch, we could actually borrow from our DCC reserve. You have to do it by bylaw and you have to pay back interest. But it's one of those possibilities where if you have a municipality that might not have other reserves, say like DCC, or in our case, the RCMP reserve, you should carry a bit more unappropriated surplus. So what I have in front of you is is a reasonable guide, 2.4 months or 2 months worth of spending on hand is reasonable. We have the ability to pull levers on really changing your spending if need be, but it does take time. I look back to the recent changes in COVID, like, can you just stop projects midstream where you would restrict your cash flow? We have some ability to do that, but it is challenging. There's all the pieces to consider. I don't have a great information for what the exact number should be.
And Mr. Garbett has
Oh,
a comment as well to add.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, if you go to page 2 of the staff report on page 3 of the agenda, 3 of 342, the last paragraph talks about this concept of having a surplus available, and it references, as outlined on this surplus slide in front of us, there's information ranging from 10% of annual spending to 25% of annual spending. Staff have come together. We've got very knowledgeable staff amongst our financial services sector, and per that, it's purposefully included in page 2 of the report. That in considering these tax scenarios, financial services staff have discussed this percentage of cash on hand and surplus utilization, recognize this as an ideal threshold, and that change could be considered reasonable to adjust the target to 8 weeks or 2 months, approximately 17% of cash on hand. So we've listened very carefully to council. The calculation of surplus 3 years ago was an extremely important factor, and so we worked together, worked through with council, and I think as we become much we're articulating our financial planning, very, very well. And so to be able to have a statement in the staff report that if we had that target, given the pressures and given the direction that apologies, sorry, I hit the mic, the direction from the preparation of the 2025 financial plan. So page 2 of the staff report speaks to potentially utilizing 17%. And again, I would echo what our director is saying, is that in circumstances, I think it's important to really understand the situation, and council gave us very clear direction in 25 to look at that. And the advice on page 2 of the report is that we could reasonably consider having 17%, which actually then helps us, craft with council's direction out of these cows where we're going to go on the financial plan.
Follow up.
Thank you. May I ask a follow-up?
Yep.
I'm just trying to think of the sort of situations that would require drawing upon a surplus of that size. When I Googled and I couldn't find any examples of local governments necessarily relying upon surplus for operating expenses. When was the last time, so we got through COVID without relying upon a surplus to fund operations? When was the last time the city did draw upon its surplus for the purpose of covering expenses that
2019. So if we look at the second column there, the dollar change, anyone in the negative is when the surplus was reduced because of various spending items that exceeded the budgeted revenues.
Okay, sorry, I perhaps I didn't phrase that well. Like those are smaller numbers than our surplus, and significantly smaller than the kind of, say, the 20%. So has there been a time in the city's history where we've had to do that sort of big lift of using a surplus of the size that we're considering retaining
to consume the entire amount at 11,
or
the
something of greater consequence to the overall budget than 2019? I was just curious.
That I have not done research past 2013. I wanted to provide this information to show, at times it isn't always a surplus around. We do run deficits from time to time. One project I do want to identify was Greenwood, and another one that drew on about 10% of the value of the surplus was the 6th Street Bridge. Council had the fortunate situation say, hey, we don't want to incur more debt for this project. We can lean on $1 million from surplus to fund the 6th Street Bridge project. So it really gives council that flexibility into the future of, if an item comes up, you have the ability to address it. The instances where we've had substantial disruption in tax collection, they're few and far between, but they do exist from time to time, and they occur when you don't know. That's why we have these sort of, what should we keep? It's a best estimation.
Okay, all right, thanks. I have more questions, but I'll cede the floor to other folks.
Mr. Garbett had a further comment.
Chair, just to augment our financial officer's commentary. We can do so a little bit more research. In my tenure with the organization, my previous roles, I wasn't aware of that, but we can find some more information. But some municipalities have found themselves when they meet certain thresholds, like RCMP changes as they meet those things. And forgive me, I don't know exactly the movement from to the 90 threshold, which happened quite a long time from us. There could be circumstances around significant changes in sort of staff things. We've been focusing on our combination fire department. That might be another example should the service delivery model change significantly. So those, to echo Mr. Langemeier's commentary, there are some items that are could significantly impact that. We are being approached by the South Island municipalities right now that are looking at significant changes in the costs of dispatch services, similar sized municipalities to ours. So these are why we think we should have a reasonable level of of surplus. But there are times in a municipality's history where those could happen. And some municipalities right now are currently in that, largely related to these, provincially mandated changes or changes outside their control.
Thanks, Councillor Cole-Hamilton and Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, just picking up on the discussion around how to utilize or not utilize surplus. And I mean, I think there's two pieces to it. We definitely need to have some funds set aside for, these unexpected situations. Of course, the COVID was, the most recent and memorable example of that. It's also to smooth out tax increases. Sometimes we just can see that there is going to be, a blip, and so we would kind of buffer in maybe some surplus to smooth that out. That makes sense to me. I mean, in terms of cash management, I think that there is lots of types of cash that we like, even internally restricted, that isn't really restricted, like the RCMP is a perfect example of that. We're essentially holding money. We can keep it in a cash account or we can put it somewhere else, but I mean, that money is available to us to use should we need it. So in terms of the cash management side, I don't think, like, for me, that necessarily like a certain number of weeks spend is where I would necessarily go with how to land on something. I do appreciate the rationale of maybe 20% as a of spend, sure. But in my mind, I look at what the spend is as it relates to what we would use surplus for. And to me, those two things should be connected. So I looked at your slide around general expenses. They're, listed at $79 million. And then water and sewer were pulled out, which makes sense to me. But we also have a separate reserve for policing. So I would pull out policing because we've already put money from surplus aside for that purpose. So I don't think we need to incorporate that in our cushion, so to speak. I would also argue our gaming spend should not be included in that number. That's completely discretionary and funded separately. So I took the gaming spend out. And then solid waste is the same. We've created a separate reserve for that, and it's taxed as a utility. It's not part of general operations. So I also took that out. And so applying that 20% figure, that would get us to about $8.8 million for a healthy surplus. And so in my mind, that gives us a lot of wiggle room. I would maybe add another $1 million onto that, knowing that the fire hall is coming online and that growing again, like getting to that smoothing out of taxation increases that, maybe we would also want to earmark some surplus to kind of smooth that out as well, because that obviously has an impact on costs. So those are some of the I'm just basically sharing what my thinking is around that. I think 20% makes sense, but it should relate to the 20% that those funds are needed for, or what they're related to, like 20% of what. So yeah, that gets me to 8.8 million, and I used the same numbers that you provided in the slide based on what I outlined. So yeah, just want to put that out there for discussion.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McCollum. And maybe just a question for clarification for me, because as the numbers you were throwing out there kind of sound like it's, according to this chart, getting closer, maximum of 17, but potentially even down to 15%. Does that, based on the chart that's here, even though you're talking about different, like a different number amount, but when you said $8 million.
So sorry, I know I'm listing off a bunch of numbers that of course I've stuck in front of me, but everyone has to hear them and process them as I go. So basically I took the math that Adam provided, and his general fund spending gets to 55%, but I just removed the policing, gaming, solid waste. And then, so that got me to a smaller number there, which is 44 million. And then 20% of that would be 8.8 million. So
right.
It throws the math of all the rest of those columns off, because I'm using a different number to do the 20%, but that's basically like my thinking is.
And I probably wasn't clear. So if we said 8 million was the one number I think I heard you say, and then potentially $1 million above that.
Yeah, like in that, yeah, you're right, in that zone between what is listed as 15 to 17% annual spending, but
yeah, but
to
the
me,
percentages would be
yeah, we would
that.
apply a 20% on things that are related to that general fund spending.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, appreciate that. And I may say a few times tonight and over tomorrow night about the idea of actually taking our RCMP that comes from gaming funding and trying not to do that, because that's an operating fund coming from a gaming fund, which I think just, again, causes a bit of confusion around things, but it also means that we're relying on funds that, as we found out in COVID, can vanish quite quickly. So, Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks again, Mayor. Yeah, I'll pick up on this conversation about what it's all about, reserves right now. That's the only way we're talking about lowering our tax this year. And it sounds like some council suggesting we use more. And I'm not necessarily opposed to that. And for me, it's it's kind of looking at my household rainy day fund and what I keep on hand just in case, I break my ankle or don't feel like going to work, or expenses come up around fixing the house or the car or whatever, medical expenses. And so it's really about how much risk we want to take on here as council, and how much risk we want to put the city in if those expenses do come up. So I guess I'm more interested in hearing where the rest of the council wants to go in terms of use of our reserves. It sounds like we're talking about going a lot further than the 12% increase and bringing it way down. So, just looking at this chart briefly, 6% sounds great, and I'm not really opposed to using that much reserves this year. Going further than that, it kind of limits what we can do or future councils can do in future years. So that could be pushing a problem down the road as well. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. And maybe something, again, maybe not for right now, because I don't know how complicated it is, but in my mind, I'm thinking over the next 12 months or so, possibly even having those worst case scenarios, because we have these surpluses, we have these, if it's there for that rainy day fund, as Councillor Frisch said, what are those worst case scenarios and what are the impacts of them, so that we can kind of tangibly say, if this happens, here's where the monies might be useful, so that we can sort of justify why we're keeping these things. Because I know it gives us certainly a measure of comfort, because again, we have another pandemic or some other catastrophe. We know that we have the means to continue doing business as usual as possible. But yeah, I appreciate that. Councillor McCollum.
I think Councillor Hillian had his hand up before I put on my list.
Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor, and my apologies for the quality of my voice. I'm just curious if Adam can clarify, during those years leading up to 2019, when the surplus was in the lower ranges, what percentage did that represent? And what sort of risk, if any, did that place the city at?
To tell, you wouldn't have.
That's a really good question.
It's too
You know, looking back, if we look at 2016, the city went over budget by $428,000. Doesn't seem like a lot, but that represented almost 10% of available cash on hand. You know, you have 2 years of that in a row, and you do start to run into some challenges. You know, what the actual operating and capital programs looked like at that time, I do not have that on top of my head. But judging by those years, it was close, and you have to be really on the ball, and you limit your flexibility when you run that close to the edge. One of the pieces is what was happening in 2015, but I don't think I can answer your question fully with the information in my head right now.
Well, and I think Councillor Healy might have been on council, or I know he was on council at that time, but it does feel that we have a lot more capital programs going on right now than necessarily had back then. But let me pass it over to Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you through the mayor. I think it's a wonderful question, Councillor Hillian. That's entirely accurate. If you look at what's driving our budget now, our service level has expanded significantly. We have a large number of capital projects that were coming on through that period of time. And it may be that previous decisions were made related to a number of capital program. We know what drives our budget. And so I think it's great. We can get some more information on that. Casting backwards is always a bit of a challenge. Casting forward, we know council has told us that they want to maintain service levels. And we want to do the best to deliver the services we can in an economical manner. This conversation is about surplus utilization. We will be having a significant conversation about the big drivers of our budget, which is capital. There are 4 areas that we'll be talking about as well. So I think this is a really place this conversation. But we have much more to add to you and get some direction on that that are taxation impactful projects that council can give us some direction on as well. I just wanted to say that casting backwards and why we had a surplus of this is actually it's somewhat challenging, because the point in time with which that was there is all dependent on timing of a number of factors, primarily capital and service levels. We're currently dealing with a very large capital expenditure related to the pool, and decisions that were made back in those areas are leading us to these capital cushions that we have now. So
Thanks for that clarification, Mr. Garbutt. And it looks like Councillor Hillian is finished, and I'll pass it back over to Councillor McCullough.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, and just picking up on this point around, how well we're looking after the ability of the organization to handle future capital requirements. What is the overall health of the organization? And it's not just this one surplus number. Like, the reserves play a much more important role, and that's really where we should be focused on when we're building the financial health of the organization, is that we are putting specific reserves away for specific what is the word that I'm looking for, obligations that we know are coming. And so on that, I did go back and look at reserves plus surpluses as it relates to the revenue from that specific year. And the year that I got elected, it was a 25% ratio of what we had in reserve space versus what we're collecting for revenue. And in the 7 years since, it's now 62%. So we are like an order of magnitude more capable of handling our future obligations in terms of what our infrastructure is and just the overall financial health of the organization. It's more than doubled in 7 years. So And that's really, I think, a more important metric than, you know, whether we pick 15% of an unspent surplus or 20. It's like if we have a 25% unspent surplus and where our reserves are declining, that's a way bigger conversation. And as far as I know, from what I can tell, that's not the case. I don't have the number for 2025 yet, but I do want to make the point that we've created a bunch of reserves. We've funded reserves to a higher contribution rate based on the fact that we've identified these problems. And that is another thing that's been driving tax increases. And we've done a lot of that work, and we have been planning for these, you know, unexpected expenses that come up that, you know, that we have to deal with. So I just want to make sure that everyone is aware that it's a lot more than just this unspent surplus column.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum and Councillor Frisch.
Thanks again, Mayor. In my recollection, the budgets back in those days in 2013 was probably half of what it is now, around 40 million. And our population was probably about 25% less. So yeah, we're definitely seeing population growth, but also service level increases. Yeah, and yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I guess still curious to hear where other councillors want to go with this number. If we want to decrease it lower than staff is suggesting at was it 11 million? What was the number that you were suggesting to bottom out at for 2 months worth of? Yeah, it was 11 million.
11 million was at 2.4 months. 2 months was 9.2 million.
Okay, thank you.
And then the number that Councillor McCollum used by subtracting out certain things got that down. Yeah, I think closer to 8. Does that sound correct, Councillor McCollum? I don't have your numbers. But closer to 9. Okay. Yeah. Oh, Mr. Garvin.
I just had some notes. So Councilor McCollum had said 8.8 and then closer to 9. So
Mhm.
those,
Yep.
so that's some, again.
And then there was a
translate
adding
from-
$1 million for something as
Yeah.
well, but yeah, I didn't get it all written down. Yeah. Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. Thanks for the clarification. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. I was genuinely wondering about what was an appropriate level. And so I did a little bit of research over the weekend, and I guess some of what I came at, which I thought might be useful in terms of guiding our discussions. And these are the ones I happen to find were larger communities. And you said the smaller communities might go with higher amounts. And Victoria retains 5 to 10%, Saanich retains 5 to 10%, Nanaimo 7 to 11, Kelowna around 10, Vancouver 5 to 10, and a lot of them seem to actually create a reserve for unallocated surplus. So there's a formal sort of, specific place that it goes to. But anyway, I just thought those might be useful to have as sort of numbers to look at in terms of what other communities which have developed this kind of policy with and where they've come at. Just sort of leave that for now.
Thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton. And I don't know how, if you've got the number, just as we're doing comparative analysis, the previous municipality you're at, do you recall where their surplus was at, or was this a conversation at this level of detail?
The previous municipality was not in the fortunate position that we are in here.
Right. Okay. And I've spoken with people there, so I can definitely concur with your assessment there. So, but anyways, I just thought it might be there may be some other comparators with, especially when we look at those comparators around the provinces that we're using for our taxation stuff. There may be a way to get use that list so that we're a little closer to. I mean, it's hard to say apple to apples when we're all our own kind of municipalities. But I'll pass it over to Councillor Moore.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, Councillor Frisch was asking about other thoughts. I mean, we never have a crystal ball, but I feel like we've been very responsible in the surplus that we've had. I actually feel like it could be lower. And interesting that Councillor Cole Hamilton brought up those figures, which are quite a bit lower. So I think about the public and, seeing the surplus that they have, and then they get these tax increases and they're like, you've been carrying this big surplus for years and years and years, and my taxes keep going up. And I think that's pretty hard to swallow. I think most people realize you have to have some money, for those emergencies and things like that. But I also think that, yeah, that we could be maybe a little bit less conservative in terms of that. And I mean, I think Councillor McCollum brought up some good examples how we actually have, we have separate categories of reserves as well that take care of those items. So, maybe in our general reserves we don't need as much. So that's sort of the way I'm leaning. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Moran. One of the things that we have every year is we have the audit that happens, and I'm just wondering, does the auditor give any guidance as well on these matters?
Great question. I can't remember off the top of my head. Oh, Corey says 2 months at least.
Corey, okay. And he's not here to defend himself, but we can get clarification on that as well, I'm sure, especially by tomorrow. But thanks for that. Okay. I'll pass it over to Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor.
Oh, and I do see Councillor Hillian online. Unfortunately, I was looking around, so I might have missed when his hand went up,
Happy
but
to defer to him. Yeah, I mean, I think, obviously surplus is there for a reason. It's to make sure that we have flexibility if unexpected things come up, and we're fortunate, obviously to have the ability, if something, in an emergency situation to, as you said, move from reserves into general operating or require, I believe, a bylaw to do that. So in that sort of like deer in the headlights difficult moment, we have, our reserves are larger than our surplus, as Councillor McCollum was pointing out, and we're now at sort of 62% of total yearly operating between the two funds. And I know that we also do have the ability to borrow on a fairly short timeline, where for emergencies from the Municipal Finance Authority, and that seems like we've got two different levels of fallback there: our reserves and the MFA. And I guess three, and the surplus. So it's belt, suspender, plus like another belt, which makes me think that we could possibly think, I mean, a surplus in some ways, in a very general sense, is that we taxed more than we ended up spending. And we seem to have done that for a number of years, where we've, without a particular stated objective, we've gone from around 5 million for most of the teens, as far as I could see. I think 2019 was 4.5 million to 6 years later to over 20 million. And that's a very significant accumulation of unallocated surplus over a fairly short period of time, and without necessarily plan for that to happen. And I think it's, it is a fair question as to, should we consider using some of this amount that we've taxed from the people in the community to smooth out the tax increases that were in the earlier chart, where it's sort of like of tax increases in the 12%, and then I can't remember what it was after that, but this a couple of years of challenging tax increases. Should we use some of the money that we've already taxed people for and is already in our hands to smooth out that? And I could be wrong, but I think a large part of the reason we're facing some of these larger increases is the SIP. It's a 1.5, I believe, every single year cumulative increase. And I think if we can know that we've got, between reserves, MFA, and our surplus, sufficient funds to deal with rainy days, then I think we need to seriously consider whether we should return some of the money which we didn't plan to, but this is what's happened, that we've taxed people for things that we've not yet, that we haven't ended up doing, or taxed more than we ended up spending. So I think it is something that we should consider in terms of trying to make sure for the residents of our community that these kind of spikes in tax rates don't impact people in a negative way, and that we use some of the money that we've taxed them from, which we haven't needed, and to smooth things out. So that's where, and I think that given the existence of MFA and our considerable reserves, that looking at what some of the other communities in the province have done, of somewhere in the 5 to 10% range, I think we might want to consider that as a possibility. I'll just kind of put that out to people, and we could, as we go through the process, think about how that could be used to the best interest of residents, of just smoothing out any increases. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm sitting right now on the surplus, and I know we're just at the very beginning of what will, I'm sure, be a journey. So I just want to say that, and then we can move on with other things.
Thanks, Councillor Cole-Hamilton and Councillor Hillian online.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, two things. I'm really interested to hear what staff's response is to Councillor McCollin's premise that we could calculate the surplus percentage differently by removing those items that actually have their own reserves. I'm interested in hearing the staff response to that. And I'm also interested in hearing the staff response to if we did use additional surplus to primarily on capital financing, what's the impact in future years? I see in this tax change scenario that either way we go in 2026, the tax rate shoots up significantly the following year. And I wonder if staff could explain that and comment on the implications of a lower surplus amount on that process.
I can speak to that one. Councillor McCollum's work is really interesting. It makes sense. Why keep a surplus on a number that you already have a reserve for? And the figures I present are just ways of identifying how to put that number into context of what the surplus is. That's really what I was trying to do with that. With regards to the future year tax changes, one of the pieces that's driving the future year's taxes is the tax funded portions of the capital program. If we do apply surplus to those currently tax funded projects, we will see a direct reduction in the tax change required. Although each time you reduce your current year taxation, it does still push the bow wave of the required tax increase to fund the regular ongoing operations into the future years. One of the pieces that continues to push our base budget is our debt servicing. So in 2027, we're taking on $18 million in debt for the fire hall, and that starts to, the first half interest payment is in 27, and then the first full debt cost is in 28, and therefore. So if we apply surplus and reduce the total amount borrowed for the fire hall, it would definitely impact future years' tax change required.
Up or down?
It would take it down because there would be less borrowing needed, so less debt servicing costs.
Right. So I'm wondering if it makes sense for us to ask you, Adam, to do a workup based on Councillor McCollum's innovative premise, and come back with some numbers whereby if we did in fact reduce the surplus significantly and applied those reductions to a couple of big capital projects, what our numbers would look like going forward.
That could be something I can do. One of the pieces that would be really instrumental in that decision is where council wants to go with the current year tax change, because that would give me data to support how much surplus there is for future use. So it's different if council settles on a 12% versus a 6% change on the total surplus available, given Councillor McCollum's mathematical approach.
Mr. Garbutt.
Yeah, thanks. So if council wants to give us some direction at this point, what I heard is, and I think I wrote down how Councillor McCollum would parse a surplus availability. I think I said earlier that Mr. Davidson, here on this side, when we have that capital conversation, council will also give some strong direction there and understand what the capital is, unless council already, in reviewing that material, already knows what they would like to do with respect to the capital. We have our incoming, there were 3 decisions made at our last 2 council meetings that have budget implications, which have changed this taxation, as well as a conversation related to McPhee Meadows as well. So there is a lot moving here, and I really appreciate we're having a big picture conversation about the surplus itself. But I think we have a little bit more conversation to happen, a very clear discussion of what should be surplus. I think I'm accurately describing that question. What is surplus comprised of and what it should be calculated on? And then, and like I said, we have some really key questions for council to give us direction on. And I think that will have a very significant impact on our taxation.
Great, thanks for that. And getting back, I think Councillor Hillian, you just spoke. Does that sound correct? So I'm not losing track just yet. Councillor Frisch.
Thanks again. Jeff, what are those, are there any decisions we've recently made that affect the 2026 budget, or are you talking about the 5-year budget? Or maybe I'll ask that.
I can speak to those. The EV transition of the fleet has impact. So replacing the fleet vehicles with electric vehicles on a compressed time frame to meet our fuel and GHG emission targets, along with the energy efficiency programs in our buildings. There was substantial impact to the capital program to make upgrades to our buildings. Those 2 items were just done. And McPhee Meadows was another one that there was very recent change that is not represented in the financial plan yet.
And do all 3 of those affect our 2026 year?
Yes, they do.
Do you know which to what degree, or are you still figuring that out?
From the top of my head, the total GHG program is about 2.5%. It is a bit challenging because we have portions of these projects funded from LG CAP funds. We have portions funded from the Sustainable Infrastructure Investment Plan because we're renewing existing assets. And we have portions that we didn't have enough reserves from that are funded from taxation. So that's where that 2.5% comes from. It's 2.5% of prior year's taxation. 1% is worth 370,000. So we're hovering around $700,000 impact. And those vary throughout the next 5 years. The plan given to council had a number of projects and quite a big variability in those projects over the next 5 years, depending on which building we were working on at the time.
So these numbers are all off by 2.5%. Is that what you're saying?
All these numbers include.
Oh, they include it. Okay.
Yes,
So we're looking at the real numbers.
that is correct.
Okay, great. So I'd be interested in seeing what it would look like if we contemplated a 5% and a 4% tax increase and what that does to our reserves. Yeah, and yeah, so I don't know that I'll make that motion at this time, but I'm happy to look at that, and then we can contemplate what those numbers look like and where that leaves our reserve. That's my current thought. Thanks.
Yeah, okay, so I was listening to these. So yeah, just getting clarification. Yeah, so it'd be 5 or 4 just for 2026, and then what that knock-on effect might have 27 going forward. But I see a subsequent.
Yeah, well, just quickly, I guess, and what we'd also be looking at is what that does to the rest of the 5-year plan. Obviously, you're saying it's going to increase the 2027, 2028 projections. I understand that and would love to see that number. And obviously that I would contemplate how much of a, what position we're leaving in a future council. And so, yeah, my inclination isn't to, I really like Councilor McCollum's approach, but my inclination isn't to just jump right to the biggest number of use of reserves and then really hamstring future councils in their ability to manage the finances. I think it would be more like a slow approach like we do with most things financially to work our way towards a goal, like a different reserve target. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. And then just for Councillor Helene, we do have Councillor McCollum and then yourself, and then we have Councillor Moran after you. So I'll pass over to Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I just wanted to suggest at this point that we maybe park this conversation for now and finish going through the budget and then come back to this. I think we kind of did the same thing last year. It's like we've all kind of weighed in a bit. There's a lot of variables. We haven't even really looked at anything in detail yet. So I just think we could probably go around on this endlessly, and maybe we should not try and rush to any kind of decision right now.
Thanks for that. And we definitely have lots to chew on just on the short conversation we've had so far. So Councillor Helene.
That was my same suggestion, Mayor, that we utilize Adam's suggestion in the email he sent out, that we put this in the parking lot. But I really would like to see the numbers, see him come back with the numbers on what options that approach would give us. Thanks.
Okay, thanks for that. And Councillor Moran. Oh, I should turn your mic
Sort of on the
My
same
apologies.
page, because I was just thinking the same thing. We haven't even got into the nuts and bolts of the items that are on the list and whether there's anything that we want to shift. And I guess just in terms of previous councils and future councils, we are in a bit of a unique place right now. It's an election year. We're at the end of our term. You know, there may be some things that we want to kind of leave open because to see what the next council wants to do. And I guess just in terms of, you know, there have been some low tax increases in the past that have impacted us and, you know, our council. And then going the other way, you know, it's trying to find that balance, because whether they're high or low, they can create difficulties either way. So yeah, I think that we need to continue with the conversation as suggested and kind of circle back to this point, this piece at some point. Thanks.
Thanks very much. And Councillor Frisch, maybe the last word on this.
Yeah,
topic.
sure. Happy to move on as well. Just want to point out that in reading the report, it sounds like staff have already gone through and shifted a lot of things. I don't know how much that was actually cut, but a lot was shifted or pushed out. And so my gut feeling is, I know we have a lot to go through, but my gut feeling is we're not really contemplating shifting a whole lot more. But you know, of course, maybe the rest of council has things they want to, more things they want to push down the road. So yeah, I think I'm basically looking at this surplus conversation to get us to where we want to go.
Right. Moving along.
I think we might need to click back onto the
Are we stuck?
presentation. Ah, there we go. Questions. That was exactly what I was hoping for from this committee of the whole. It was really good discussion. So getting right back into reserves. These are our budgeted transfers to reserve for our various reserves that are that council specifically puts money into. We have a number of reserves such as the DCC or the tree reserve where money goes in because of outside actions. These are ones where it's a budgeted transfer of current year taxation into the reserve. New works reserve, we see total transfer of 480,000. These reserve transfers are based on historically established amounts. Moving down, we have our machinery and equipment. This comprises our fleet. We did separate the general from the fire. You'll notice 25 to 26 in the general, a substantial increase, and that is to fund the EV fleet transition plan. The asset management reserve, where our sustainable infrastructure investment plan funds roll into, that is the 1.5% of the prior year's taxation rolling along. And then I always like to include gas tax. It is a fixed amount. It continues on at 1.34 million. So we're seeing continued change in the total reserve contributions, and reserves are authorized by council for these contributions in the financial plan. Bringing us to a picture, this report is produced out of our handy dandy fund manager, part of our budget software. It takes all our capital program funded from different reserves and shows us where we're at. So the top line is the opening reserve balance. The individual rows are what we're spending on. The last line that says contributions, that's the planned amount to put in. And then the projected closing balance. A number in brackets is a negative, not in brackets is a positive. You'll notice the fleet reserve is well into the hole for 2026. Kurt will speak about this in a little bit more detail. However, there is the fire truck replacement. 2 of them are scheduled to be authorized in 26, but due to the actual time frame of construction of these vehicles, they will likely not actually transact until 2028. If we shift that $2.5 million to the future, our reserves stay in the green and continue to be able to afford our fleet purchases. This is a funny timing one because in the financial plan, we have to have authorization to spend. The financial plan isn't cash based where it's actually when the spending occurs. So it does look a little bit goofy. You're in an okay place. It just looks bad on paper. Bringing this to the next one, the SIP has been talked about for a couple of years. We're rolling into the 3rd year of it. And this is the first time we've really been able to have a balance in that and really tag projects from them. So you can see there's a ton of capital projects coming from the SIP reserve. And that very bottom row is where it was a challenge to keep that or this reserve out of the red. You see in 2027, even though we're adding nearly $2.5 million to that reserve, the ending balance is just hovering around $83,000. A ton of really good projects in here. For a project to be eligible for the SIP, it must be an existing asset that is being renewed with the same. Like I said, with some of those energy projects that we have funding from the LG cap, we have tax funding for say maybe the enhancement, and then we have SIP funding for replacing the same. A number of recreation projects in the parks, we're seeing some parks expand and be improved. Portions of that we're saying, hey, this is a replacement of what already existed. That portion is eligible for SIP, where others are tax funded. And you may see through the financial plan or through the capital plan, you might wonder like, oh, why are these decisions being made on funding? That's really why. A key piece is generally a new service or program or asset is funded from taxation. An existing or replacement is the goal is funded by SIP. Getting into gaming, we're seeing the top row is the estimated gaming revenue, and gaming revenue has not returned to historic numbers that we saw pre-COVID, and so we've adjusted our expected revenue. Further along, there is that establishment of funding to RCMP FTE from gaming. You'll notice in 2028 that stops. The reason why is the gaming reserve or fund could no longer afford to do it at the rising costs of RCMP. So in 2028, only 1 FTE is funded from gaming, and that transfer of the now unfunded position has gone into the taxation funded. The gaming expenses typically are quite steady. You can see it's very much same as last year across the board. RCMP is the one that it was tied directly to a changing cost. Along the bottom, you can see the projected ending balances. We do dip down into just shy of $700,000. It is within reason. You know, council gave the directive in years past to keep at least 1 year of cash on hand. We're still close to that. If council wants to make adjustments, we can get that projected balance a little closer. At times, we haven't spent all of the money from gaming. Typically, the other council initiative budget of $75,000 hasn't been spent to the full amount. So it is a bit of a buffer there. The majority of the other items are spent to 100% because they're a simple write one check to an organization.
And just a point of clarification, I'm sure this is the way it is, but when we were seeing those 5-year tax rates, the 2028, I think it was around 9%, that includes that RCMP absorption from what's being, does that make sense?
That is correct.
Okay. All right.
And that's reserves and gaming.
Any questions on reserves and gaming? Councillor McCollum.
I'm sorry, because I think I asked this last year too, but I can't remember the answer. So the infrastructure works, capital contributions, is that going to SIP? And is that separate from the $1.8 million contribution on this slide? Is that in addition to or included in that number?
So the line that says asset management and in bracket SIP, that is the annual contributions to the asset management reserve, which is funded from the Sustainable Infrastructure Investment Plan, SIP. There's a ton of names flying around.
But is that, sorry, the source of that, maybe I misunderstood
Oh.
your answer, is that this $320,000 in gaming, does it go from here onto that 1.8 million, or does that go somewhere else?
The $320,000 from gaming goes to a specific capital project.
Which we've identified, but.
Yeah, which is
not
identified
here.
in the capital plan. Typically, we try to hit on community impact projects.
Okay,
Like we
yeah,
won't replace a culvert with it. We'll do something slightly more fun.
okay. I like fun, thanks.
Fun infrastructure. Thanks, Councillor McCollum. Any other questions before we move on to the next section? All right.
Look at that. Now we're getting to the individual department overviews. I find when I'm preparing the budget, I get to this area, I'm like, right, I have a department to look after and talk about. So here we are, Financial Services Department, that's mine. What are we responsible for? Financial planning, which I do a lot of reporting, payroll, business performance, procurement, risk management stores. And a newer one this year is real estate. Total 8 functionaries, 22 FTE. So one of the pieces we're hitting on for strategic priorities is we're continuing to implement that budget software. I'm liking it more and more. Working on the permissive tax exemption policy, reserve policy, and one of the bigger pieces looking to the future you'll hear over and over again over the next 2 days is the enterprise resource software, their ERP, enterprise resource planning software. It's the backbone of our financial system. It was brought in just the turn of the century in 2004. And we haven't seen much update. What's happening is it's at the scheduled end of life in 2029. So this program has its tentacles out into all our operations. So there's many different departments that like their pieces are being improved and working towards bringing in an entire new financial system. It'll be an interesting project because you don't get to go through these too often. But I'm also terrified of it. Another piece we're working on is supporting this sort of the financial analysis on fees and charges. You know, we helped out with the business licensing and animal control, and we're working into recreation and cemetery has continued. I have an email in my Outlook box asking about, analysis on the future cemetery rates. So getting into what's changing in my budget, I wanted to bring up that the new real estate function is already in providing wonderful internal and external support. It's an area that's growing. You'll see a special project related to it, really helping define like what does that function do. Council's seen a few of these with the lease amendments and really trying to standardize our real estate approach, holdings, and how we deal with different items as they come up. One of the pieces that was a byproduct is this solid waste utility charge review. And what we've seen is with the rollout of carts, we had to look at and apply utility rates to every single home, every single place that qualified. And we found it through that we don't have a system that really does a cross examination of what utility rates are charged. We've found some places that have been paying 2 utility charges for years. We've seen some that have never had a utility charge applied. Typically, people don't pay that much attention. They get their tax bill and say, okay. It's been a fascinating process, and it actually will work really well with the changes with the ERP program because we have to have good data to support the transition to new softwares. What are our cost drivers? The finance department is a very, very labor focused. I have very few capital projects. I don't buy many materials and supplies. What continues to be a challenge is recruitment. And you'll see in that last area, we see a bit of service level change, and that's increasing wage rates for positions we're having challenges recruiting with. One of the pieces that I also see is what's pushing us is due to the number of staff, the cost of travel and accommodation when people are attending training and conferences, although it's not material to the budget, it's just this constant pressure. With regards to special projects, well, the majority of special projects fall into the real estate area. Oop, the real estate area, and I want to talk to those more in detail. One moment. So the land strategy. That's looking at all of the lands owned by the municipality, looking at lands that we may want to purchase in the future, or lands that we say, hey, we actually don't need this. We can make a recommendation for disposition, or partnering with a different group to do something on there. I was started in 26 or in 25. It was under the city manager's office with the real estate division taking up. Scott Hainsworth has taken that one over. The structure view. So that's really looking at, this new piece of work we're working on. How does real estate function fit into each department? What can Scott's group do to assist operations, ledge services in their different questions? At times we're getting, every question coming to us and it's like, how is this related to real estate? But the problem is it doesn't live somewhere else. So really putting parameters around what we want the real estate function to do and where we want it to go. One of the pieces we have worked with is we've had a bit of contact with Squamish, which has quite a mature real estate department. They've had it for many years. And I just saw in the newspaper that they had recently sold a half share in industrial park that they had created many years ago. And they bring those proceeds from disposition of land back in to fund their capital projects. One of the bigger spends here is the business case for a consolidated municipal building. So this is looking at, the beginnings of what do we do with the public works building? What do we do with City Hall? What do we do with these lands we hold? Where does it make sense? And how can we provide and solve some of our problems we're getting at? By running a business case, we'll have a good definition of kind of the space requirement and how these buildings can be funded. And what are some other options if, doing one big building doesn't make sense? And finally is enterprise risk management. So what we have is we have a well-developed risk management group that looks at response to insurance. What we're really getting into is how do we get into that ounce of prevention to solve a pound of cure? How do we stop the problems before they even exist? Identifying those risks, creating a risk matrix, and then really identifying where are areas we can improve on so we don't have to have an accident or an item come up. We've already thought about it. And then
Councillor Warren has a question or a comment.
Thank you. Just before we move on to this next section, yeah, I did wonder about that 300,000 for this item. And I mean, it seems like a lot, but then of course I don't know everything that it entails. There's a lot of facilities items, a lot of items related to facilities in general. And I know it's not the same as the consolidated building, but I know we've talked about all of like looking at the facilities kind of more holistically. And I wondered if this work would take any of that into account. I mean, we've got things in the budget around, assessing different facilities starting in 2026, but going forward, I don't know, it just seems like it's a bit piecemeal to me. And so if I saw that 300,000 and thought that it was going to be a really holistic plan, it sits better. So I guess it just feels like 300,000 for this. And then we're looking at, assessing other facilities and independently. So I guess I'm curious about the approach regarding that. If there's a way to look at things, I guess, a bit more holistically rather than more of a piecemeal type approach. And I don't know who's best to answer that.
The financial plan has monies in it for a cultural facilities review. and a recreation facility review.
Mhm.
And so by, breaking up the pieces, it does feel piecemeal, but it's also very much like, here's the buildings that are currently doing our cultural facilities, here's our recreation buildings. And that was the approach to why it was broke up. At times, if you create one really big project, you end up you can kind of lose the focus. But it's something we can look at.
I just wonder if it will be, I mean, it seems logical that, all the staff's working together in the same place but we do have silos that are created obviously within our buildings. We were just having this conversation with the RD as well. And I just think that when we're looking at facilities, which are huge capital projects, there might be a better way to I don't know how that works. It's not obviously my area of expertise, but it just seems like yeah, that these can be kind of siloed conversations. So I don't know what the remedy for that is, but
Thank you. Thanks for the question. That is absolutely a risk. And we've set up our interdepartmental teams to avoid that. In the case of the other pots of money, looking at facilities, some of that's council direction and related to specific studies that were then done. But we do have that lens of where can we work together, because we have both limited locations and limited response, ability to respond to that. So we have to manage those expectations. So that is together. The business case for our future building, council has discussed that and why it needs to be undertaken that way. So we do have that interdepartmental team lens and the community's big picture lens and our strategic priorities that are being overlapped to support those areas. So that, although they are in buckets, some are buckets, but the concept of working together to address, where there's efficiencies, that's definitely part of that.
yeah, just one more quick thing. Yeah, I think just thinking as much as we can think a little bit outside the box or creatively, and even though there might be good rationale for separating those out, that we don't want to miss a good idea of a good synergy. I don't know whose word that is in terms of, a call, just for lack of a better example, like a cultural services building or community services building, or even rec, them being kind of amalgamated. I'll let someone else go ahead. Thanks.
Right, thanks, Councillor Morin and Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, kind of picking up on this. This is one of the special projects that kind of gave me pause, and not because I don't think it's important work that we do, but it does seem like the timing for the last year of our mandate to get this work done is maybe not ideal. It would be a big decision point or piece of information to come before a new council prior to any discussion around it at all. And as Councillor Morin mentioned, there is also the possibility of kind of bringing in a wider conversation to it. And it just, to me, it really strikes me as something for staff to bring to a new council and really hash out in a strategic planning session. Like it's years worth of work. It needs really strong political support. And so putting in a $300,000 project at this point in time seems like ill-conceived, or yeah, it just seems out of place to me.
Back to Councillor Morin.
Yeah, and just quickly, and I guess this is one of those things when I talked earlier. Oh, sorry. This is one of those items that I think, yeah, that I think we could, I have a few on the list of things that we could reconsider in terms of, and particularly because of the timing of where we are in our term right now, that there might be some things that would fit better, in 2027. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds good. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, so as we're just going through items, it's probably good to gauge where there's consensus, and I would tend to agree. I think this is perhaps better placed for a new council to begin that process. So I'd support that as well.
Okay,
Continuing on.
continuing on.
So going from the prior year's council's financial plan motion, exploring revenue options, reviewing projects capital plan. So the action on the right-hand side is what the financial services department was able to really build on. I'd mentioned review of utility billing. It's bringing up areas where we missed out on some revenues, and it's bringing up areas where we need improvement. Piece we're working on is continued focusing of the budget, trying to get those budget actuals even closer. I'd mentioned looking at all the small little accounts that are all off by $100, $200, $500 at a time. Building out fund manager to better support the reserve policy. You saw in the couple slides back in reserves where you have an entire listing of the projects, and what really happens is that project list is tied directly to our capital plan. We make an update on one side and our results are right there. There's no longer making a change in one Excel table, making sure you're carrying that change all the way through, and it gives a really good clear picture of where reserves are at, which will help build policy into the future. A piece I really want to hit on is the continued good work in the procurement division of doing internal training about how we purchase and how we buy. We have a really strong, consistent approach to buying, which gets us, it promotes and adheres to competitive purchasing and follows our policies. Municipalities can get scrutinized for, why did they spend so much on that? But every purchase over $200,000 goes through a competitive process, and it's built in. It's what we do, and then we provide the support to the other departments on some of their research and analysis. And with that, you're seeing the end of me for a bit.
Any
Unless
questions?
you have lots of questions about the finance department. None.
Mayor, I have a question.
Okay, Councillor Hillian, have at her.
Sorry, couldn't find the hand raised part. Yeah, regarding the 300,000, I agree with what other people have said. I am aware, though, that we've punted down the road several times the need to do something about our public works facilities, and I'm just wondering what sort of analysis we have there about the risk to the city if we don't take some proactive approaches to that.
Mr. Garbutt?
Council may recall, we've had some deliberations about that, and I'm strongly reminding you about the circumstances of those conversations. So we can discuss that. We can table that for a minute. Councillor Hillian, we'll get back to you on that question you just had. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. I think we'll continue on, and we'll potentially come back at another time for that
And so
conversation.
we should have the fire chief coming in through Zoom for his section.
All right. We'll stand by. Let's see.
I'm here if you guys are here.
Oh, there he is. Excellent.
Mr. Langenmeyer, would you mind handling the slide transitions for me, please?
But you can do it from your seat. You just have to have the clicker, right?
Yeah, exactly. The range isn't very good where I'm at, though. So anyways, thank you, council, for the opportunity to present the Fire Protection Services budget. We'll start off with a brief overview of the Courtenay Fire Department, and the range of services we provide. Our responsibilities extend beyond emergency response. We also manage inspections, investigations, public education, and the city's emergency program. We're currently operating with a combination staffing model that includes 8 full-time firefighters supported by 55 volunteers and 14 recruits. This blended approach allows us to maintain a high service level while remaining cost-effective for the community. For 2026, our operating budget is $3,621,800, and our capital budget is $2.6 million as well. And if we could go to the next slide, unless there's any questions on this one.
I see none.
Good, perfect. Okay, so looking ahead to 2026, we have identified several long several key priorities that got our work. First, we're advancing our long-term staffing plan to ensure our full-time resources keep pace with call volume, training standards, and community growth. We're continuing to build capacity in emergency planning and local response, working closely with Comox Valley Emergency Management to strengthen regional coordination. And finally, the East Courtenay Fire Hall remains a major focus as we continue planning, design, and funding discussions. This project is essential for improving response performance on the east side of the city. Budget cost drivers. So turning to the budget, the next few slides, we'll walk through the major cost drivers for 2026. Starting with full-time staffing, wage adjustments are required to remain competitive within the fire service labor market. These changes account for cost of living pressures as well as corresponding pension and benefit obligations. Although these adjustments affect the these adjustments affect the operating budget by $100,200 and help ensure stability in a highly competitive recruitment environment. Next slide, please. Our volunteer firefighters continue to be a cornerstone of our operational model, and the wage adjustments in this slide reflect the value they bring. As incident activity increases, volunteers are attending more calls, and it's important that their compensation continues to recognize their professionalism, training, and commitment. Even with these increases, our volunteer program remains one of the most cost-effective ways to sustain dependable community-wide emergency response. In this particular slide, I've added a graph that shows, and I just lost the screen here, bear with me, there we go, that we're actually getting more volunteers responding to calls. So back as far as 2023, every time the pager went off, we averaged 15 volunteer firefighters responding to calls. It's actually increased to 20 responding to calls in 2025. So it is an indication that people are happy with the program, happy to be volunteer firefighters, and as a result, they're coming out and responding more often to help the public. Next slide, please. Oh, and the impact of that, sorry, is $73,000. Next slide, please. The weekend training program. So we started this program, as council knows, back in 2023, and very successful. We did it as a pilot then. We expanded it to year-round in 2024, and it has been a very important for maintaining consistent weekend responses. Unfortunately, I didn't carry the number through to the 2026 budget, so we're pretty much re-adding the $120,000 that this program had cost in 2025 and 2024. So that's why this is showing up in the budget this year as a cost driver, even though it has been a service that we've provided for, well, since 2023. Training needs are also continuing to evolve to ensure our members remain compliant with regulatory requirements. We've increased our water rescue training from 1 course per year to 2, allowing us to meet the 3-year recertification cycle for every firefighter. At the same time, the scope of our rope rescue operations is expanding to include crane rescue as a result of construction that's taking place in our community on taller buildings, and in anticipation of more of this type of construction taking place in the future. Basically, if there is an incident involving a crane operator that's 4 or 5 stories above the ground, we will be getting called to effect a rescue, and it's something that we're preparing for as the type of construction changes in the city. These enhanced training requirements, which support both regulatory compliance and emerging operational risks, represents an increase of $26,000 in total between the 2 programs for the impact on the training budget. The water rescue training is $15,600 and the rope rescue training is $11,000. From a one-time cost driver for budget items here, alongside with the operating pressures, we also have several one-time maintenance requirements. These include brake replacements on 2 of the engines, oil pan repairs on 2 of the engines and 1 of the rescue units, and tire replacement for a support vehicle. Combined, these items represent $26,300 in one-time costs. And basically, we are having to do this to maintain the reliability of our apparatus. So there is the operating budget in tabular form, which pretty much, I believe I've covered off all the increases noted in that. Any questions on anything that I've spoke on so far from operating?
Maybe just a clarification on slide 39, you talked about the 120,000 for the weekend program. And so I'm assuming that's just wrapped in that one line there. So that 120 would go up by CPI or whatever, or is it stuck at 120 per year?
It's stuck at 120 for this year. We had pretty much, we forecasted it to be 120 last year, and the amounts are staying pretty much the same this year. So we're good with that number there.
Okay, so there's no increase necessarily, but there'll be increases just generally. Okay.
That's correct.
There's no lights on here, and I don't see Councillor Hillian with a question, so let's continue on.
Okay. So we'll shift from operating to capital now. We've got two major projects planned for 2026. The first one is the replacement of a support vehicle with a hybrid model, and the cost of that is approximately $100,000. This also includes the lights, the radios, the striping, all the ancillary equipment that go into the vehicle. And we're choosing a hybrid model to support the city's broader sustainability and emissions reduction goals. And then the second one, as council is aware, and as Mr. Langenmeyer explained earlier on in the presentation, that we've got the fire engine replacement project that council approved earlier this year. We're ordering the two engines in 2026 with an expected delivery date of 2028. Cost is approximately $2.5 million, funded through capital reserves. And as stated before, it aligns with the fire underwriter survey requirements, which establish end of life times for frontline apparatus.
All right, and we do have a question from Councillor Morin, if you're ready for it.
Sure, yep.
Thank you. So I sort of have this question regarding other parts of the budget in terms of the when we're switching to hybrid or electric, and when we're doing the energy upgrades, where we can see a breakdown in the cost savings for making those adjustments, because we see these items in the budget, but we don't necessarily see that we're saving money by, we're helping the environment, but we're also saving money in many cases as well. So I don't know if, oh, there's Adam over there. I don't know if that's a breakdown that that can be provided with some of these items or not, but just a question. Thanks.
And I think that might have been in a report recently, because I just did an interview on it and staff, I used that report. So maybe I'll pass it over to Adam, Mr. Langenmeyer.
Well, now I'm really on the spot because I have to remember what I told the mayor. One of the pieces is it is challenging for me to put in cost savings for a capital asset that is planned to be purchased. So although we put these purchases in, historically, sometimes they haven't materialized in the year intended. Mm-hmm. So until the actual asset is in use and we have a year of data, I don't feel it is prudent to presuppose what those cost savings might be. And so in the year that they're put in, you won't see that operational change. It'll come a year or two later once you actually see, that unit is cost less on our budget to actual. Because we always review what the budget to actuals are for like the operating cost of each unit, and we can make adjustments there.
Yeah, and it's obviously all looped into the whole life cycle costs conversation, but maybe it's something that could be summarized at, every year or something, like after the fact, so that we and the public get that information that, yeah, we've put out this money, but it was actually a prudent decision for these reasons, so that we can see that down the road. Anyway, just something to consider for future. Thank you.
All right. Sounds good. I don't see any other questions or comments, so I think we can continue on.
So council will recall the direction provided, as Mr. Langenmeyer stated earlier, regarding the financial planning process about lowering exploring all other revenue options and prioritizing the capital plan and so on and so forth. So we took a look at that, or we've applied that direction to the fire service. But in doing this, we have some important considerations to take into effect or take into account. Just one sec, sorry. Fire departments have, as a fire department, we have a very limited ability to generate revenue. Most of our tools are either cost recovery or through grants or contracts, which are helpful, but quite competitive and not often guaranteed and in short supply. Unlike other services that can generate revenue through like business licensing and building permits and things like that, we're basically and can generate revenue that way. We're basically funded for our capacity, not for our call volume. So we can't charge for calls. We can't do those types of things to generate revenue. We're basically being relied upon by the community to respond at any time, and that's pretty much what they're paying for. So with the next slide. With these constraints, we've been able to, like, so for example, for revenue, we have our contract with the Courtenay Fire Protection District, and that offsets quite a bit of our operating budget. They're a very important contributor to us, definitely help offset operating costs. Another thing that we're looking at doing from a revenue perspective, and I mean, it won't generate a lot, but we're still making the attempt, is we're going to be reviewing and updating our fire protective services bylaw to ensure that the fees and charges that we have in it remain appropriate for 2025. I think the last time that we reviewed the fees and charges was pretty much in the early 2010s. So it is time to take a look at that. From the capital side, we're pretty much basing our decisions for capital projects on, we're guided by safety standards, regulations, end-of-life considerations, and operational needs. So as the community continues to grow, we have to invest in capital. If population grows, as we know with the fire engines, we have to invest in capital. So we're basically dancing to the tune called by others a lot of the time. And then the other thing that's been really successful for us is working with the Comox Valley Emergency Management and their ability or the multi-jurisdictional approach that we've taken to pursuing grants. They've helped, the successful application of these has helped offset some operational training costs for staff and for other city employees, helped offset capital purchases. So that's been effective. And then the other thing too is our combination staffing model, using both full-time firefighters and supported from volunteers. It's still a very cost-effective tool for delivering a high quality service and while keeping costs lower than what the alternatives would be. And I think that's the end of my presentation. Yes.
Excellent. And I, again, don't see any lights on. I think you've answered everybody's questions to their satisfaction. So thanks very much. I guess you're probably free to go for now.
Thank you very much.
Have a great night.
Yeah, you too. And
I'll pass it over to Mr. Garbutt.
Thanks for the opportunity to talk about the city manager office budget. It's just a couple pages. The 2026 operating budget is $782,000. That's primarily made up of wages and benefits. We've got legal fees and some special project work. The legal services budget, if required, is brought up to $100,000, of which $50,000 is funded through prior year's unspent budget. In working with staff through our office, we absorb and provide support across the organization. And previously, we had kind of commingled our budget with legislative and corporate services as well. So we're pulling this apart, but it's our intention to maintain a balance. And so the annual fees would be adjusted based on actuals. The temporary, as council's aware, just with our leave and now search for a new director of development services, I've taken on responsibility for the oversight on subdivision approvals and housing and homelessness initiatives. Within that scope of work are temporary day service, storage, temporary housing and shelter and the winter shelter strategy. I'm working closely right now with our contracted consultant on the temporary winter shelter opening, and then the delivery on behalf of the region, the winter shelter strategy, and that will be coming either I would say, given that we only have one more public council meeting in December, early in January, and that work will bring together our recommendations to look at overall winter shelter strategy. That's if council has any questions about my budget, happy to answer them.
All right, I don't see any lights going on. Councillor Hillian looks like he's good, so I think we can move on to the next item, development services. And I've turned your mic on, so you're good up there.
Thanks, Mayor.
And I really appreciate you jumping in to do this, Ms. O'Connell.
Oh, it's my pleasure as of this moment. We'll see how I feel in about 20 minutes. So
I'm just setting you up for success.
I appreciate that. Also, sorry, I'm not quite in bifocal stage, so I'm going to be kind of going back and forth a bit. So for development services, this is just the similar slide you've seen to previous years where it outlines the various service areas that we have. I did tweak it a bit to more focus on what the products are or the outcomes are within the various service areas, just to create a stronger connection between the services that we provide and the impact it has on the community, both residents themselves, business owners, and development community more generally. So under strategic priorities, this provides council with a bit of an update on where we're at with those. This is in addition to what's typically included with the management reports that provide regular status updates to council on these items. One of the pieces you'll see at the very bottom is a bit of a caveat. So with me coming down to the department as acting director a little less than a month ago, and with the timing of the leave of the outgoing director, a lot of the implications of timeline expansions as well as scope creep within the 2025 work plan have not been contemplated as an impact yet in the 2026 work plan. So this is the caveat that this is what we had planned in 2026. Back in 2024, things have changed a bit over the course of this year, and I am anticipating some changes to the 26 budget as a result of that. So council will see that at a future budget presentation once I get a bit more time to dive deeper into the financials and the work planning process. Also, just to give you a heads up early on, one of the things I'm looking at and I'm anticipating at this point in time as being a significant impact is the timing of the Air Park Precinct LAP. So with the Air Park Precinct LAP, currently the Downtown Vitalization Plan, the DVLAP, is not completed yet. OCP is ongoing, as are other changes to significant bylaws. Best case scenario, this would put the initiation of that type of work right in the middle of the election. So likely you're going to see a recommendation coming from me in the very near future about pushing that into Q1 of 2027.
Sounds like it makes sense.
Yes. And as far as all the other bits, I will let you know, but I do not anticipate any increases. So moving on to our development service cost drivers. Inflation for us is really negligible. It has to do primarily with staff compensation because those are our contracted rates. For service, we've had some very small increases around casual coverage, training, and as well as legal costs. The training piece really is also reflective of what we're seeing within the labor market generally, where we're hiring people who are new grads and or needing to have additional skills developed as they are maturing within their career fields. And this is really important to mitigate risk as well as to ensure that we're providing professional, good quality, and effective services. We are also seeing growth within legal costs, and this is due to the volume of work as well as some complexities in cleaning up pieces of components that we're discovering through other processes. So missing statutory rights of way from work that was done a very long time ago. So it's a bit of the past coming back or being discovered, as well as our current business processes moving ahead. The other part of that is local area planning. So we have other costs in addition to the special projects themselves regarding local area planning that are part of what it takes to support those processes. So as an example, we've got the Air Park precinct. We'll have one in Crown Isle and then the GVLAP as well. Under the operating budget, and this is where I'm going to start reading, we have under revenues, $150,000 reduction in anticipated revenues from building inspections. This is a reflection of a decline or slowing down of building activities. This is not unique to Courtenay. This is something we're seeing across the province for a variety of reasons. Affordability and kind of global impacts are definitely being seen here locally as well. This is resulting in the corresponding decrease in the anticipated revenue. And I do expect to make another adjustment to this based on our year-to-date actuals. So we had reduced the expectation in last year's financial planning process. I haven't had a chance to reduce it again based on our experience in 25. So that'll be something you can expect to see updated in the next time I'm presenting on the budget. We have $69,300 in the increase in business license revenue. So kind of conversely, where we have building, which is contracting a bit, we are seeing an increase in the number of business license applications. And that includes both professional and general business license fees and intermunicipal. We are also seeing a $43,000 or anticipating a $43,000 decrease in anticipated revenues from planning application fees. These go hand in hand with the building component. So that's also an impact of the slowdown and decrease in building and development activities across the community. For special projects, we're going to be carrying on with undertaking the strategic and operational priorities, including various bylaw updates, system and internal process improvements, and also various local area planning initiatives. Council, as I mentioned, can anticipate an update on the special projects once I've been able to review the impacts of carry forward items from 25 on 26 and their impact on capacity. One of the most significant being the impacted on the timing of the Air Park precinct. Going into the, oops. Oh yeah, that's right. Moving into the prior year financial plan motion. So this is where council had given direction to look at opportunities for efficiency, for revenues and so on. So with we have the DCC and the ACC bylaws that are going to be presented to council in the very near future, which will allow us to start collecting additional funds related to growth, as well as which has the corresponding impact of decreasing the impact on our taxpayers as we shift some of that burden to industry and development community. We're also looking at and undertaking work with funding through the DAPR grant, which is looking at operational efficiencies. So we're currently reviewing internal work processes, including technologies such as the use and application of Tempest, and are reviewing the operational needs across service areas to better align them. And then at the same time, we have a few vacant positions that we do need to fill, but really going through the work that we need done now, the work we anticipate needing to do within the near future, and making sure before we're posting those positions that the position types are what we need in alignment with current and future service needs. Any questions?
Councillor Moore.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I'm in complete agreement around the Air Park. I think that's the Air Park plan. I think that's another item that would be best to leave to the next council, and also due to the, the department and the priorities in the department and where we're at with that. I think that's a good idea. I did have a question also about the urban forest strategy, what that work entails, because I'm also wondering whether that's something that needs to be prioritized right now. Also, just with all the other changes that are happening, like I'm just wondering if we need to actually see what's going to happen in terms of the SHMU and all that before we we embark on that. So I was curious whether that was something that we needed to do this year.
Thank you through the mayor. I'll help my colleague on that. In very, very important question in that regard. There are so many moving pieces now when the mandatory densification. Council may recall when we did the SHMU modeling, it was really clear that we have that. So I think we collectively, as I said in our email earlier to this, we're going to work collectively to assist in kind of seeing what we go forward with, and that's something really to determine. We have yet another piece of legislation that's dropped, and I'll be emailing council about the massive overhaul potential of professional reliance model across the entire, every type of information that's submitted. So we have to pivot yet again in that area. So that may be a piece of work that will be delayed. One thing I could say to council though, we have our existing tree protection bylaw. We have development permit guidelines that are going to be upgraded and addressed through the OCP review. But these are true casualties of initiatives that have been very important across British Columbia. And you are all hearing about that at UPCM, maybe ICC, those things. So yeah, it might be something that might have to be.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like we did some really, excuse me, we've done some really good work. I think out of all the local governments locally, we're kind of ahead of the game. I mean, I know that is probably going to change a bit with the new regulations, but I just think that this department is going through a bit of flux, and it might be good to take a look at
we
postponing
would
it.
appreciate that if council did give us that direction and say, hey, this is something we could not worry about at this point. There are some little changes to the actual tree bylaw itself that likely need to be done. Just on the budgetary implications, these special projects work are all surplus funded. They're not tax funded, so it doesn't address that. But I thank you for your acknowledgement of
Just to add to that piece, like really, these are things that I have to go through kind of one by one with the development service staff to understand like where we are in the process, whether or not the work that's being undertaken with the special projects is part of a sequencing and potentially going to be impacting other work and or informing other work. So I actually, it's not often I disagree. I don't need council direction at this time. I can actually bring back with that information, the status update, and whether or not something is truly something that could not be started and therefore either deferred or removed versus something that is in stream and or critical to something else that is adjacent to or connected to another council strategic priority. So just give me a little bit of time, but that is exactly the type of thing that I would be reviewing with the development services team before coming back to council with the implications for 26.
That sounds good. Yeah, because my one comment was going to be around the business licenses and the there were some. I know it's been in the work plan, but it obviously has had other priorities. But we just made a change to sort of the biggest egregious issue within it, and so again, I would say, given what's ahead of us in the next year, and again, it could be something contemplated by a future council. So, Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I would agree with you with the Air Park LAP, but I don't know if you need anyone to agree with you. I'm curious, it's in the budget for 26 through 20 whatever for 200 grand. And so are you saying you might need to push it back anyways to 2027, or are you looking for council to chime in?
Nope, not at this time. Again, I would really like the opportunity to go through all of these work plan items with the development services staff first. Just to confirm, at the same time, I've had early conversations with the long range planning division, really looking at, is this going to be a problem? And really the answer in regard to the Air Park precinct in particular is no, that does seem to be supported at this time. But I'm a big picture, whole picture kind of planner when it comes to finances and work plans. So essentially, we'll go through that process. I'll come back to council. And then I'll include in that report very explicit direction or options for council in order to either keep things in or take things out. And likely recommendations will be based on the status and that interconnectivity or reliance as far as how that work relates to other work that's already in stream.
Right. And so we won't see this line item for 2026, the $200,000.
You see it right now. It's very unlikely you will see it in the future, but I need council direction, which I will ask for later.
Tomorrow?
No.
later?
Later
today?
being when I come back with an updated review of the 2026 special projects
Yeah.
and the impact of the 2025 work plan on 26.
Next year before we finalize the budget.
Absolutely,
Thank
before you finalize the budget, yes.
Great. And I mean, I would actually suggest that we just push it off to the 2027 strategic planning session and let the next council decide, but that's just me. So I'll good at that. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. And I don't see any other questions, so I think you've done a great job. Awesome. Thanks for that. And I think we can move into Recreation, Culture, and Community Services. I see Ms. Chan coming up to the podium.
Good evening, Mayor through Council. I'm very honored to be representing Director Saunders here today to present the operating and capital budgets for Recreation, Culture, and Community Services. Through our services, the department is dedicated to supporting the social determinants of health for Courtenay residents. Our work is critical to building healthy, strong, and connected communities through our 5 service divisions that you see before you. So that is and also with the addition of civic properties as of December 1st, 2025. The department is also responsible for long-range strategic planning in recreation, culture, community services, parks, and civic properties. We have a staff complement of 32 full-time, 10 part-time, approximately 175 casual or seasonal employees. And our 2026 operating budget ask is 7.6 million, which is comprised of 3.2 million in revenue, 9.8 million in expenses, which includes special projects at 1.1 million. And our 2026 capital budget request is 2.1 million. The next slide, I have some metrics for recreational services. We are on track to meet our or exceed our 2024 numbers. We have a strong demand for programs, services, and facility access. Approximately 230,000 visits so far, and we've surpassed some areas, so wellness center and program drop-ins. Pool attendance was up 16%, camp participation was up by 6%, but we also saw an increase in waitlist this year. However, in adapted inclusion programs, we saw a reduction in summer camp waitlist for families. So that's great, from 18 families to 5 families. For facility rentals, we have a 12% increase from last year. Outdoor park rentals, 14% increase from last year. And volunteer engagement was amazing. We had a 33% increase in summer camp volunteer hours. So we know Courtenay's coming out and is engaged in coming to our facilities. What you see before you is our projects and strategic priorities. So for parks, we're carrying forward from 2025 the Harmston Park Plan. It will follow the DV lab process. Build More and Dogwood Park planning process. So that is underway. We've awarded a contract to a consultant to start that work. And then also the Memorial Bench Program and Pickleball courts option analysis will be coming to council for direction on those 2 projects. And also ongoing support for the CBRD Regional Park Service. New for 2026 is the Parks and Open Spaces Land Acquisition Strategy. This will follow the city's land acquisition strategy that's currently underway. Our department is working with GIS to ensure that our data is accurate. Recreation, we are carrying forward from 2025 the sports field allocation policy and implementation work that's currently underway. Also risk management policy development, which is also currently being done, but slightly delayed by capacity. And then the rental facility policy. This is a outstanding motion from council regarding safe and inclusive spaces. And then on 2026, we will initiate the following projects. We'll launch the Recreation Strategic Plan and the Philburg feasibility study. In culture, we have the 2025 strategic cultural plan completed. And now we are heading into the cultural facilities feasibility work pending a grant application. So that's the grant from the Canada Cultural Spaces. And then for 2026, we have the following priorities in culture. So the draft, the public art policy, special events hosting policy. We need to review the Comox Valley Arts grants and service agreements. In community services, we're carrying forward from 2025, the Better Together and Neighborhood Network strategies. And then for 2026, from those two strategies, we are going to develop the community and social development framework. I'd like to add that we've added staffing. We have our parks planner, and soon we'll be onboarding a culture and events coordinator to help us with these park planning and cultural priorities. Delays in other areas such as recreation and community services are due to capacity constraints and our focus to this point with homelessness initiatives. So the extreme weather shelter, temporary winter shelter planning, that's all been done by Director Saunders to the state. The next slide, we have the budget cost drivers. Mostly our wage and benefits. The largest driver which is the largest driver of operating expenses. There is additional 100K in inflationary increases to the review of staff wages and benefits. Also direction from council for living wage alignment. For revenue impacts, we have fee increases for admissions, programs, rentals. These have been built into the financial plan. And we cannot keep up with rising costs, which results in increasing subsidy rates. So even with increased revenues, there's only so much that we can increase the revenues as opposed to costs. We can't pass on that to our community too quickly. So there is a increasing subsidy rate because of that. And also with revenue impacts, we have the approved revenue grant from the CVRD to help with that. In terms of service level changes, we have added Indigenous engagement and public engagement support, and also totem pole maintenance on city lands. And I will talk about more of that later. Also park activation pilot projects. So there's a park play and skate mentorship program through our programming division. And I'll address increasing demand for recreational services in activating parks and supporting child and youth development and reduce barriers in participation through our programming. We've also added additional hours at the Wellness Center. And in civic properties, we've added some additional custodial cleaning costs for the Air Park washroom. There was a recent renewal of a lease, which resulted in the city taking on that function. And then in terms of growth, we are seeing a rising recreation usage, which results in higher costs. We needed higher additional structures to meet those program demands. Also, we converted two permanent part-time positions in operations and custodials into one. In 2026 and 2027, there's going to be additional week in the summer for summer camps. So, but with that, there'll be no budget impact because our revenues and our expenses will match. And then there'll be increased revenues from high registrations and admissions based on what we experienced in 2025. So in terms of the structure here, this is a high level view of our revenue and expenses. We anticipate a 312,000 increase over our previous approved 2026 budget to the 2025 financial plan. special projects are included in the operating budget, and so you'll see that our grant revenue is there to match the special projects, especially for our facilities projects. Also, you'll see the structure broken down in the following areas. So there's recommend, recreational services, which includes recreation programming and operations. Civic properties is shown separately. And however, going forward, this department is looking at restructuring our budget so that it aligns with service functions. So we'll probably see a different alignment next year. In terms of revenue, we are showing an increase of 587,000. And in expenses, we see an increase of 526,000, mainly due to wages, benefits, inflation, service level changes, and growth. And then in civic properties, we see a slight increase of 43,000. So we're seeing an increase in our operating budget revenues to match the increases in demand in our services. So we have what you see before you is a service level change or a growth change. So service level changes are related to changing service delivery, new or changing service delivery, and growth is related to revenue increases from attendance or registration demands. So in programs, we have projected growth in revenue from adult and children's programs. Summer camps, we have a 25,000 increase. And then inflationary increases previously captured in the previous financial plan is 41,000. In operations, we also have an inflationary increase through rentals, pools, and the wellness center. And also we had received approval from the CVRD's grant request for the pool, and we've incorporated that. You'll see in recreation grants, there's 488,000. So that's for the recreation facilities master plan and the cultural facility studies. So those are being funded partially by those grants. And then also 75,000 for the CVRD temporary winter shelter. So in operating expenses, we'll first focus on the recreation side, and then the civic properties side will be on a separate slide. Again, inflationary costs are primarily from wages and benefits. And then administration, it includes all exempt wages, salary increases. And then there was a position that moved from facility operations to administration. Now that was a formal union wage that went up, that role became a exempt, and that moved up into Rec-Admin. In terms of service level changes, so we have 8,000 for KFN engagement. And so that's through engaging the cultural committee and KFN, ensure that we support them in that process. And then totem pole maintenance on city land, that's specifically related to the totem poles in Lewis Park. In terms of the grants for our cultural partners, that's a standard 2% increase that's done through our contracts with them and their fees for service agreements. And then like programs, similarly, we have increases due to wage and benefits, and the service level changes were related to the Youth Skate program, that's about 9,000, and the Park Pals program. And then in operations, we have the Wellness Center for the additional 8 hours of supervision, it's about 11,000. And then for growth, that is due to converting those 2 casual positions into 2 permanent part-time roles. This supports better improved customer experience and ensure that our facilities are cleaned to the service level that we are used to. And then civic properties, there is a slight inflationary reduction that's through utilities and insurance. some several level changes due to the increased custodial at Air Park washroom. And then there's 52,600 in pool R&M costs. So it was removed last year in the long-term budget and it's been added back, and that's just an administrative adjustment. Now before you, we have the special projects, and it covers the projects that we are carrying forward into 2026. Many of these projects were identified in the strategic priorities. So library painting, that's been completed. This Lewis Center facility study, that's been delayed into, and we're going to wait until the recreation strategic plan is completed. Youth development and skateboard strategies, that's also postponed to 2029. Gender and menstrual equity project, that's been rolled out in 2025, and all we need to do now is put up signage. And then the winter shelter strategy, that's combines the extreme weather response funding with the regional strategy and new funding for the temporary winter shelter this season. In terms of major capital projects, as I explained before, we've got the Harmston Park, Billmore Park, pickleball, dog parks, playground renewal. So that's Trumpeter Glen, that's a neighborhood park. We were supposed to do that this year and we moved that forward to 2026. Recreation facility improvements. So that's the Ferd's Nickel Gym, floor replacement, and then the fire hall roof and HVAC renewal. And so this slide provides, next slide provides an overview of the department's capital projects that we were previously approved and led by our department, including civic properties projects. The total budget is 2.4 million after adjusting the capital plan. And then in 2027, we have an increase in key projects planned to be under construction, such as Billmore Park, Harmston Park, and the Lewis Center roof replacement. So we have move some things to ensure that they time up when we can actually deliver them. Before you are our 2025 to 2029 projects. And we're looking at funding from multiple sources for these projects. So we're working with development services and updating the ACC, DCC bylaw projects. Also looking at how we can fund these through operating and reserves. In terms of park planning and development funds, we spread them across the 5-year plan to align with the Parks and Recreation Master Plan implementation strategy. So whatever it's outlined in the implementation strategy, we have aligned in the capital plan. Playground renewal, so that's the Trumpeter Glen, and there's remaining funds for Harmston and Billmore Park playgrounds.
Councillor Morton has a question.
Yeah, just because you do still have a couple slides left, rather than backtracking. Regarding the dog parks, is that money actually allocated to actually create the dog parks in 2026 and 2027? So one for each, like, yeah.
So that's through our Park Rec Master Plan, and in that document, there is identified to create 2 dog parks, one in East Courtney and one in West Courtney. So that would be the actual construction of that. Through our park planning process, we will look at whether the location of that would fit an existing park plan. So that could be Harmston Park. It's coming up through the engagement through there, and also Billmore and Dogwood Park. That's also will be looked at through that process.
Yeah, so there's still more engagement around that, but will we see actual dog parks in 2026?
It depends how far we get with our design. I think with Harmston, we had hoped to be a bit further than we are now, but now we're waiting for the local area plan for the downtown to complete itself, that it may not happen until
Yeah, it's interesting because pickleball and dog parks are going back like 2 terms now that people, like, they're very important to people. So it would be great to know how much longer we'll wait for those. Thanks.
Mr. Carpet.
Thank you through the mayor. In our September 17th strategic plan update, the delivery of pickleball was identified as a absolute critical item. That's why it's in the process there. You will be receiving a report about pickleball at the December 10th staff council meeting with more details. And I think we're in good shape there. It is a costly item, however, very important in the community. And there was partnership dollars, but they're slightly different now. So stay tuned in 2 weeks.
Thanks for that update. Much appreciated. And yeah, and I think dog parks goes back more than 2 terms. So, but I think the way we're engaging and making sure we're finding the best locations is definitely the best way to go at the same time. So, Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I had similar questions around the dog parks. I didn't know that we had settled on 2, although I mean, it makes sense, one on each side of town. I don't remember us landing on Harmston. I'm surprised to hear that, actually, just given that we're doing a planning process for it. And you know, I would just hate for us to kind of rush in and put $100,000 facility into that area while we're doing engagement, and then potentially have to change it as we develop the park based on the plan that's being worked on. And I have no doubt that staff have considered these things, but it just, I guess my question is, are we planning on doing the West Side Park first? And have we decided on the location? And if it's not likely to be constructed this year, then yeah, maybe the budget should reflect that so that we're not under delivering on something.
Thank you to the mayor, to Councilor McCollum. So we're not going ahead with the dog parks without considering the Harpston Park planning process first. So we did hear through that process that dog parks were wanted by the community, but we'd really need that process to complete itself before we would go ahead. So it's one of the park programming considerations that were identified alongside of other list of things that that we would look at for a park, and so we would hold off on that, and as part of the process is consider all these things, because our Parks Recs master plan does identify recommendations when you have looking at community parks of the different park committees to consider. And then we do hear from the community. We get emails from the community about, hey, when is there going to be, where is there a dog park in Courtenay? There's a great one in Comox or Cumberland, and we'd like to have one there. So we're just responding to the community's demand, but it has to be properly planned. I agree.
So I mean, the Harmston location makes sense to me, but not in 2026, just based on, you know, my understanding of where things are at with the wider picture there. So, and then the other side of town, do we have a location? And
we don't have a location other than considering it at Billmore Park. But on the other hand, we could also look at having a dog park not inside those parks. They're in other municipalities. They've had a dog park along a trail, like for example, along the Rotary Trail. There was in the past to look at some of the ICF property and see if a dog park could be incorporated. But with that process, we're not. The ICF properties right now are being planned through the CVRD, and so we're not there yet. But that's another consideration. Is just won't be inside those community parks. It could be planned along other greenways or trails that the city has.
okay, but you did say east and west. So I guess my question is on the. Oh, sorry, I think I said west side, but I meant east, on the east side of Courtenay. Have we determined a location? Like, could we theoretically, you know, advance this from you know, a location identified to something constructed in 2026 for either side of town.
For East Courtney, we don't have a location. We don't have a community park in East Courtney currently that we could identify or have the lands. But we could also look at this through future development projects where we are we were able to provide or get a large chunk of land that we consider that at that time.
Okay, thanks for that.
And Mr. Garbett has a comment, but it did seem to pique Smudge's interest online as well. So glad Smudge is listening in.
Okay, sorry. Oh, sorry. We're in the process on the east side. We have a very large landowner that we're going to be undertaking some neighborhood planning in the Crown Isle area. Significant number of new units will be developed there, and they have a large land base, including a centralized concept around some parks. We also have the Lannon area and the other coordinated corners coming forward. So through those conversations, Development Services staff are engaged right now there. But I would agree, sometimes very challenging to incorporate that type of use within our limited park space that we have now. There is a exercise underway right now with the CVRD, and I think it is next week that they'll get a briefing on the visioning for the corridor, and staff participating in that. We're looking for an elected official to participate. The city is really clear on potential opportunities for that corridor because of its our challenges with available space.
Yeah, but I think it's a good point that, you know, we've got it budgeted in here, but the likelihood is probably lower than given how long it's taken to get us this far for the West Dog Park and East Courtney. Yeah, I might be biased, but oh yeah.
And we are now inside areas right now. If council considers they want to make that, as we get closer to the end of the day here, I'm just keeping some notes. Does council want to direct that these projects are moved out? I did mention the conversation we had in the strategic plan update, but realistically, this is, if there's a realistic question, this is the time to get that direction, and we'll have space to have that probably after we break.
Councilor Moore.
Thank you. I know it seems maybe to some like a trivial point. I guess it is hard for the public to comprehend why it takes so long to get dog parks, because it has been, like, you know, you were talking, Mayor, that it's been prior to me being on the council. And I do, you know, I understand the rationale in terms of having engagement and on all of that. I know that Bill Moore was also suggested as a possibility, but that park planning is even further away than Harmston, right? When is the park planning happening for Bill Moore?
Actually, we just awarded the contract to a consultant, so it'll start very soon. So, but in terms of the timing, the design, conceptual design would happen in 2026, but a construction itself wouldn't likely happen until 2027.
Yeah. So I guess we just have to find a way of messaging that out, because I think, you know, you know, people have been asking us for, well, almost 8 years, me and probably other people, why don't we have dog parks? Cumberland has a dog park, Comox. And we're the largest community and we don't have one. So I think it is confusing to people. I know there is a green space in East Courtney that when I was out door knocking, somebody said it's kind of an informal dog park, but I think it's city property, but I'm not sure, but it's not an actual park. So I'm not sure if anybody's aware of that. But I don't know if we need to go out just like we do with the Sandy dump and ask people if they suggestions for locations for dog parks or what, but anyway.
Sorry, Councilor Mayor, I'm introducing myself in the conversation. Where are you talking about? And then we can just, if someone.
Yeah,
knows about
I can maybe try and
place.
find out where it's a kind of an informal dog park in East Courtney, so I can maybe find out that information. Thanks.
Yeah, and the mayor to council, we're going through this process with the land strategy is, and so through that, we're looking at some of the lands that we may not have actually on our GIS and anticipate some potential sites that could be considered for a dog park. We just need that data, accurate data to determine that.
All right, thanks for that. And I don't see any further questions or dog ears online, so I think we can continue to the next part.
Okay, so I'm just gonna finish with the earlier comment about the facilities plans. So the recreation facility master plan, that will actually consider some of the recommendations from the strategic cultural plan. So specifically to the community needs for cultural space. The community demand for cultural space is not in the cultural facility plan work. The cultural facility feasibility and needs is specific to our three arts and culture buildings. So that's St. William's Theater, the Comox Valley Art Gallery Center for the Arts Building, and the museum. So I think that I wanted to highlight that it's important that we continue on with those studies. They are very important in terms of there's a asset management component to those type of work, those studies. Some condition assessments. We don't have any up-to-date data on the condition of these facilities. And the problem with that is we could have experienced failures in some of these major assets and their components. What I understand is we are currently responding and being reactive to our maintenance in terms of replacement. These components, these assets can be can be studied through these facility master plans, including the strategic cultural feasibility study, which will lead to an actual cultural facility master plan. So these are all these steps that we need to take to ensure we are properly stewarding these assets that serve our community. I just wanted to answer that first question from early on, and hope I did there. Thank you.
Well, there's a question later, but yeah, I think we're just asking questions as we go along. Councillor Frisch?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt because I know we stopped you partway, but is that the end of your presentation?
No, there's a few more slides.
Let me just fast forward. I wanted to stop with the prior motion, just to summarize there, but did you want to ask your question first before I finish up? Oh, okay. So just in terms of that final motion there from last year, we wanted to respond in that we've looked at revenues and expenses, and they're closely tied. But higher revenues obviously mean there's a higher cost associated. The inflation, especially related to wage and benefit increases, is driving up subsidy rates for our programs. Also, there's been increased in our rec access programs and LEAP, leisure access for everyone programs. And this increased participation in those programs results in a lower set of revenues for us. And that as a result is a higher level of subsidization. But, it's not a bad thing. People who have barriers to access due to financial reasons are actually coming out and participating in the program. So that's amazing actually to hear. In terms of revenue generation, we have indoor rental fees that are increased through the 2024 and 2028 fees and charges bylaw, and that was work done through our recreation fees and charges framework. Our outdoor rental fees are under review through the sports field allocation and fee policy. Our program and admission fees are reviewed annually, and there are increases planned for 2026, but we need to be cautious that we want to balance affordability with public benefit too. So we can't raise those those costs too high, those program costs too high, and then we deter participation in our programs. And then in our capital plan, we have the review process through our initiatives, through the facilities master plan process, the cultural facilities, feasibility and need studies, and also the corporate energy management plan. I'd like to highlight that right now, we don't have asset management planning for our parks. That's not part of the process. However, that is going to happen in the future. We have a new asset manager with Chris's team there. We also assembled a interdepartmental park planning team of all the interest holders in the city who will want to help with our park planning, identify the assets, the needs based on both the user experience and also from operational experience. And then we also looking at the strategic use of reserves, DCCs and ACCs, and participating in the updated bylaw. And then finally, in terms of operational efficiencies, we're strengthening partnerships to secure funding and deliver cost-effective community-based services. I'd like to point out that we're working with Dawn to Dawn on installing a new totem pole as part of the Sixth Street project, and that's through a community partnership. And then we'll be looking at other ways through partnerships through the Better Together and neighborhood collaborations. And that's it, if there's any more questions.
All right, and the next slide is the question slide, so
yeah.
that's it. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Well, you were suggesting that there was an increase in subsidization for programs. Is that correct?
Depending on what the programs we're talking about. So
like overall.
Overall, because of the increase in wages, there was a directive for living wage. There's a component of that. Certain programs are net budget impact. So it's not just depending on the type of program. Actually, depending on the type of program, there are higher subsidy levels related to those ones. So the adapted programs would have a higher subsidy level, and then also I would also point out that the LEAP access. So because of the LEAP access program and the RAP recreation access programs, so higher participation in those programs means that we have a lower revenue, and we still have those costs related to those programs that are in place. So that's even though it's amazing that we're getting that participation, that's just an end result of that.
Yeah, thank you for that. My question was though, like I actually read it differently when I looked at the revenues and expenses. Like the increases actually matched each other, and I think revenue actually outstripped expenses a little bit, which I was rather surprised to see. But I would also agree with your assertion that subsidizing those is of great community value. So I really appreciate this budget. Obviously, there's lots of expenses coming down the line with respect to our cultural planning, but also our facilities, which it sounds like are aging, which could have some higher costs in the future. Is that also what you're suggesting?
I'm sorry, you want to repeat that question? Sorry.
That our facilities are going to end up costing us more as they age out and need replacement and repairs.
I think that the longer you wait, as with anything, compare that to your household. If you let the roof leak, and that could lead to other damages in the house. So it's not currently happening right now, but I believe that we are proactive and ensure that our facilities are replaced and maintained, and through active capital planning, that will avoid that. And sorry, in regards to your programming expense and revenue question, I forgot to mention that Kathy Collins, the rec program manager, is online, and she could answer your question more about that.
Yeah, I didn't really have a big question about programming. I thought what you were saying made a lot of sense. I was just noting that in your operating budget, you have a higher increase in your revenues than you have in your expenses. Although our expenses are still twice our revenue, but that makes sense in recreation. So I just want to thank you for the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lagermeyer has a comment as well. Maybe a question?
I can shed some light on this. Director of Rec was a little bit miffed at how some of her revenue numbers were showing because it was skewing it. There's a grant revenue in there for $425,000 that's supporting feasibility study or cultural facility.
Cultural needs feasibility study, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so it is revenue that is directly related to the RCCS department shows in the RCSS department, but the spending is within a special project. So when you compare the revenue and expense are in the right place. When you're looking at the net subsidy of the overall department, it doesn't jive to what is being said from the presentation because of where the revenue is shown and where the expenses fall out in the information right in front of you.
Yeah, thanks for that. That does make sense.
When you pick it apart and go to the more detailed slides, like the following slides from the summary, you can better see that picture.
Okay, thanks for that.
Excellent. Thanks for that. I don't see any further questions or comments. So at this point, I'd just like to thank staff for having a great agenda and for council for keeping to that agenda. And we'll take our dinner break. We'll take a 20-minute break and be back around 6:30. We got everybody here. All right, everybody, we're gonna get started again on our back to our council meeting, and next on our agenda is corporate services. I'll pass it over to Ms. O'Connell. Sorry. It's all good. Just getting back up and running.
Sorry, council. I presented once and for some reason thought I was done.
Your laptop's not on a clicker, is it?
No,
Okay, because something's going. Something happened.
I'm not touching it.
Something somewhere is
Here, I'll turn it off so you know it's not the clicker. It's
it
not the
doing it
clicker.
all on its own? Okay. Fair enough. That's okay. Okay, we're back to you, Ms. O'Connell.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much, council. So I'm, as you know, I'm currently acting director of development services, but I'm typically the director of corporate services. And I'm very appreciative of Angio, who is currently acting on my behalf, but I had generated the budget and worked with the team. So I'm completing this process as part of that. So again, a bit of a refresher reminder as to what are the division responsibilities within the corporate services department. No surprises there. It's been like this now for a couple of years at least. Oh,
Oh,
Adriana.
you may need to click on the screen again.
Oh no, I turned it off. It's me.
Oh,
So just taking a look back on our 2025 strategic priorities and actually everything since the beginning of this council's term, and then also looking forward at what's coming in 2026. You'll see from this slide, it breaks down the strategic priorities or the major work initiatives by each of the divisions. The colors that are there, the ones that are in green are items that have been completed. The ones in yellow are items that are in progress or substantially complete. And then there are 2 items that are currently on hold. The policy database, it is on hold because we are looking at other applications that may actually solve those needs without having to spend that money. And then the anti-racism strategy, even with capacity within the corporate services department, because of the implications that it would be required across all city departments in order to contribute to this process, ongoing capacity challenges throughout all of the departments has made it really difficult to initiate this project at a level of involvement, buy-in, dedication, and commitment that would be required to ensure its success. Budget cost drivers. So under inflation, we have the typical licenses and subscriptions. So license and subscriptions continue as we move to cloud-based applications, and software companies are moving away from license purchases to a subscription-based model. And this is really just continuing with an ongoing trend. We've seen this previously with Adobe, Microsoft, so on and so forth. It is unfortunately just a change in the way that the software industry is conducting its business. In regard to services, there is some budget drivers in there or new items, excuse me, related to the provision of IT weekend support. So IT is not currently resourced to provide support and services over the weekend. Currently, any weekend callouts are supported only and predominantly by exempt staff. However, this isn't sustainable due to the service expectations as well as to the increasing service needs. So there's a bit of money in the budget to cover a more formal call out process, which would activate union staff under an established service level. So you wouldn't necessarily see folks being called out for a 4-hour weekend shift because someone forgot their password. It would need to be more substantial than that. For communications, with the adoption of the communication strategy and the engagement framework, there has been an increase in the need for citywide training to support individuals from all departments who are creating draft content using our new city templates. This training is expected to increase efficiency as staff become more familiar with the application of the city's brand standards, design templates, and website content best practices. Professional services increases will also support a diversity of design work that's required to continue with this communication process, as well as the need for some new equipment and general renewals. In the last year's financial or budget process, you may recall that we had a net new position at that point called engagement specialist. At the time, this was in anticipation of service changes driven by the outcomes of the engagement framework. The position was removed from the financial plan through council resolution during budget deliberations. The position in the budget for this year is distinctly different from that, as in 2025, it was driven by service. The one being presented now is being driven by growth. So growth being the volume of work. So in the absence of support for funding this new position, you would be seeing a corresponding service decrease as we try to spread our existing resource across more projects more generally. Under the operating budget, recent direction from council regarding adjustments to the cemetery fees and charges will increase revenues by 210,000. This will bring the service to a net neutral cost. So revenue, although correct under the way we do our budgeting, does not mean that this is generating more revenue than it costs to provide the service. We're simply not providing an unintentional subsidy and or allowing our fees and charges to get out of pace and change with the current cost of providing that service. One-time items to highlight include within communications is to highlight a project that transition many of the processes and templates developed through the strategic plan and the framework to an automated and AI-assisted process. So this work is anticipated to shed light on the potential use of AI to decrease growth-related costs in the future through technology to support efficiency. So the strategic plan, as well as the engagement framework, resulted in the creation of templates. Using the some funding around one time for this, we've been looking at automating those processes a bit more and looking at developing an AI tool that can help our staff that aren't working in the communications division identify appropriate writing styles and consistency with our brand standards before having to come to communications for clarification and or edits and revisions. So I do have some carry forward under management consulting and purchase services. These are related to specific projects such as the IT assessment. And with the new budgeting ability to identify one-time items outside of a special project, this requirement to carry forward operating in this way will be generally eliminated with only a few exceptions. So this type of piece where you'll see a portion of an operating amount carried forward, that's no longer required because in the future, those will go under one-time spends and/or special projects. One-time items also include the seasonal impacts of the election, including council orientation and increased anticipation of FOI requests. This is very typical and something that occurs, at least in my experience, every single election year. So we are accounting for that as a change, and those are coming under one-time funding items. Additionally, we've also added to reflect the next phase of the cemetery review as directed by council. Lastly, a final one-time funding item is required to replace the protective vests for our bylaw enforcement officers as their vests are no longer up to current industry standards. Under special projects, this year we saw the completion of the website and the engagement strategy. We are also substantially complete on the implementation strategy as well. As mentioned previously, currently anti-racism remains on hold. So no additional money is being requested and or being used to fund that process. It just continues to be carried forward until we're able to initiate the project. One of the items that is new is under the line item digital transformation. And the digital transformation piece is essentially where we'll be looking at some recommendations coming out of the current IT state assessment that talk about the need to create an internal governance structure that facilitates business decisions around IT systems. So not the bones of IT, but really when you start having competing priorities, Adam mentioned Great Plains earlier, you've heard Tempest as well. How do we determine which of those projects based on a limited capacity comes first? So a governance model would look to set up that structure where the business decisions made it more of a management enterprise-wide level would then inform the priorities coming through IT. At the same time, part of the digital transformation process is advancing some of the longer term goals within the current IT assessment state, which talk about looking at the implementation of new IT applications. So think of this like project management software, other new digital tools or cloud-based tools that have the ability to increase efficiency and function when it comes to more simplistic processes. So the idea of this is that we would be looking at a couple key target areas based on influence and impact from the various departments on where the priorities are, and then targeting specific business processes that we think could benefit the most through innovation in AI use and or just the addition of new technologies or enhanced connections. Really, the more exciting part about this is think of this like your potential proof of concept. So right now, AI is really still in its rapidly developing but emergent phase. These are ways of exploring its potential before we have to contemplate a longer term plan around how the city views AI as a future tool. I think of it as being similar to when companies or businesses were trying to figure out what role does the computer play within our day-to-day business. Under capital projects, you heard Adam mention earlier that Great Plains is really in hospice care at this point. It's going to be end of life with a defined term. One of the really nice things, and we've been having, we're not the only ones that are experiencing this, and having conversations with various municipalities, it's really come to light that Great Plains, Tempest, Great Plains, Tempest, and Human Resource Information Systems, so HRIS systems, are all interrelated or interconnected. So one of the capital projects we have is the Great Plains replacement, but part of that project or the efficiencies in that project is looking at those three distinct systems. What are the roles that each of them play as far as the functionality we need to gain overall between all of those division uses? And then what are the functional and non-functional requirements before we get to RFP stages for each of these items? The ERP you'll see is a very substantial project. The numbers here are based on the experience of the city of Campbell River and other similar sized municipalities. So the value that's represented is an estimate, but a well-informed estimate of the scope, scale, and cost of this type of project. SiteDocs is a digital safety and compliance management software that will help the city move our safety programs from paper to mobile and web-based. So this is really a reporting and a compliance insurance tool that's being implemented through the operations department first, and then we'll expand as appropriate. In regard to council's prior year's financial motion, where we were to look at things like potential revenue generation, prioritizing capital, as well as identifying the operational efficiencies. The cemetery is decreasing its gap between service and cost recovery through fees and charges. Early exploration of the potential parking revenues has taken place. However, it would require further direction from council, and sequencing is particularly significant, especially with the DVLAP work currently being undertaken and the future planned downtown parking strategy. So both of those will impact how we look at parking or paid parking potential, including the intent and the impact of that paid parking. So there is a difference between revenue as an objective versus vehicle diversion versus turnover and a whole bunch of other criteria to consider. Under operational efficiencies, as previously mentioned, we're looking at AI automation initiatives and communication. And I would imagine as we roll out a variety of new systems through the digital transformation special project, we'll have greater insight into the potential of AI to further reduce growth costs by allowing city to reallocate staff time to high impact priority work. Any questions?
It looks like you've done a fantastic job and there are no questions. Quick. Fantastic. And then next we have RCMP. And Mr. Langemeyer is going to take the podium.
Wonderful. Nice to be here once again. Sad to say that Inspector Mercer can't join us today. However, I can fill in where I can. So the presentation today might be briefer than expected, as I am not intimately knowledgeable about how the inner workings of his RCMP work. I know how we pay for it though. So I do want to bring it back. Like, this is actually a pretty good slide to start with. So overall, there's 64 members at the detachment. Our municipality, we pay for 31.4. Looks like Comox is paying for 11.6, and the remainder are funded from the province, as those areas are less than 5,000. Noting though, it will be very interesting when the next census comes around, and Cumberland will likely be over that 5,000 person threshold, and they'll be on that list of actually giving direction on their RCMP strength. Yes, I'll get to this. So a bit of background on the different strengths. Since our municipality is over 15,000 people, we pay 90% of the RCMP member cost. Municipalities between 5 and 15,000 pay 70% of the member costs, and the ones below are something much lower. But it does show up on their tax bill, but it's actually it is the RCMP taxation for less than 5,000 population municipalities shows up as another taxing authority. It is a specific tax rate in line that the municipality just collects and remits. Okay, I do want to hit on this one. So the information in the presentation is dated. The 2026 per member cost is $278,000, and 25 is $258,000. So those are the numbers you see in our financial plan. We did just get notification that the contract did end March 31st, 2025, and it has new information landing that they have come close to an agreement and will be getting retro pay information for the 2025 year. So similar to prior years when the RCMP unionized, there was quite a big period of this growing retro pay. Since then, the contracts get renegotiated a bit prompter, but for this year, depending on when we see the actual information flow to the city for payout, we could see a bit of an accrual at year end as an RCMP payable. Our actual expenses will be captured in the year they occur. So it's not like we have to budget additional money for the retro pay that could occur if it does in 26.
So it'd be treated like a carryover?
It's a payable at year end.
Yeah.
Cash is still in our pocket, but yeah, we know the expense belongs to this year.
Okay, fair enough.
So a big piece of it is, like any labor market, what are driving their cost? Modernization, cost of competitive salaries, and the operations. Mercer hit on the digital forensics in the prior year, and I suspect we'll see that trend continuing.
I think cameras were just announced today, the body cameras.
Oh,
for the Comox Valley.
Excellent. And so bringing it to our nice summary, one of the pieces I want to hit on is, the total policing budget is just over $10 million, and that includes the revenue. We do have a small amount of revenue coming from shared prisoner keep costs and some fingerprinting. Not a ton of activity there, but it recovers some of our costs. Piece I do want to hit on is the actual tax funded portion of policing. I have my spreadsheet up here. As I had said in my overview, we fund RCMP through a number of places. So the actual portion of RCMP costs that are not paid for by a reserve or a surplus or the gaming fund are about just shy of $8 million this year. And so that brings me to questions.
And again, I think we've done quite well. So I don't see any questions or comments, and then I think it's open season
Yeah, so
for anything else.
in my schedule, we have time for end of period questions if they occur.
So any thoughts or direction to staff before and I'll pass over to Mr. Garvin.
Thank you, through Mayor Council. So we started the conversation with a state of the nation. Then there was a considerable discussion around surplus utilization. And what I heard from, I wanted to just recount what I heard was a concept of defining our surplus minus a few items. And then there was an ask for Adam to generate that number. And then there was, I believe, agreement that we wanted to hear what was happening in the different departments prior to landing in that. I just want to confirm if council is still good with that at this point. Sorry, I am very much inserting myself in this conversation. I just want to make sure that we're clear, because we are here tomorrow. There's some more questions, but just want to confirm if that's acceptable at this stage.
Councilor
Sorry, just we started with a conversation around surplus, and then the conversation of what should or could be considered as part of estimating our surplus. And there was an ask from Adam to look at that and its implications. Then we I heard to step back and kind of hear the asks of the budget, and then we could reconvene on that. I just want to confirm the council is still okay with that.
And Councilor
or not.
You put your
Give
mic
direction in that regard.
Not in response to Jeff's question, no, I'm just nodding that sounds fine. I guess I have two asks. One is, given our resolution on, directing staff to look at revenues and, our conversation really focuses around taxation. I'm wondering if it's possible, that we get some type of comparatives in terms of projection of like year over year revenue and from our fees and charges and other sources, just so that we are getting a full picture at some point in this process. That's just kind of a loose end that occurred to me. And I know we do get like a clear breakdown of that when we move further into the budget process, when we get the full staff report on it. But given that there has been specific direction on that, I think we should be checking in and looking that we are growing some of those other numbers, not just the taxation side. And some of that was captured in the specific department budgets, but I think we should get a kind of more zoomed out look at that as well. And then the other request I have is that I have a couple of questions that are in camera. And so are we moving in camera after this? Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
I believe on the agenda, that's the next. Yep. So both. Mr. Garvin. Oh, we got lots of lights now. Give me 1 sec, Mr. Garvin.
Thank you. Just the conversations about revenue. We have information on what revenues we have, what the budget looks like. Our projected revenue, we need some council direction to spend money in some cases to generate revenue. So I'm not clear if we can tell you what our revenue projections are right at this point, but I would defer to my colleague in that regard.
Yeah, so on slide 13 of the presentation, there is a summary of all the fees and charges over the 5 years. I can build that information out to put some columns in dollar change and percent change to make it a little bit more, bit of analyzation onto it.
Thanks. If I may then continue. And I think when we conclude our cow discussions, we're going to need some specific direction for work to be done in 2026 to generate revenue. Today we heard about parking fees. We spoke previously about we have changed our fees or implementing a fee change to support internment, the burial of people at our cemetery. But in that report that was presented to council two meetings ago, there is a question around direction to undertake some more work to generate additional revenue. The fire department spoke to it's challenging for them to generate revenue. And then within our recreation department, it talked about planned fees with respect to attendance at our facilities and work being undertaken related to the outdoor bookings. So we may not be able to generate specific outputs in that regard because we either need direction from council, but Adam does, Mr. Langemeier does have information on our current revenue as it stands. And the mayor referenced a conversation about business licensing. We do actually have a base rate of fees, and we have been considering the option of just a base rate kind of CPI inflationary approach to those base fees. Council may recall, but you have to have a rationale for fee generation, and that is one that's a fairly common one. The net, I talked to Mr. Langemeier about that earlier in the week, just a baseline increase of our fees to reference CPI, and he can provide information on that specifically. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, CPI is one of those things that often gets overlooked, for sure. And then 20 years later, you're wondering why you're still charging that same amount. So I really appreciate that. Councilor Moore.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, just kind of going back to that, our motion. When it says revenue diversification, I guess my expectation was that it wasn't just looking at our existing revenue, but, you know, doing some comparisons perhaps to other municipalities, or, you know, just kind of generating some ideas about what that could look like. And I guess in terms, I mean, it's for the 2026-2030 financial plan, the motion was related to. So I guess I'm just curious about when the other pieces of this would be completed. So that was one question. I have another, but I can wait for Councillor Frisch. So just in terms of, because there's exploring the revenue options, I really appreciated how I think most of the departments addressed these things in their section. That was great. And I realized that, you know, departments like the fire department, not out there there's not ways to make money, but I guess I was thinking there'd be some analysis around, that diversification and ideas around that, to give us something to kind of chew on and think about. And then of course the financial reserves and surplus policy. So there's some pieces in the motion. I'm just curious when we are expected to, you know, have those things for us to look at.
That's a really big question. There's lots of pieces to it. So I can speak to the reserve policy piece. It's my goal to have that by early of next year. I've been working with a consultant on that one to get some assistance, to give some guidance. With regards to the other pieces, I would seek specific council direction when expanding our business. What we did here in our approach was to say, what do we currently do? How can we do it a bit better? Where are some areas that we may see growth? And that's what I hope we explained through each director's area so far of trying to answer it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I don't know if that's a consultant role in terms of that diversification piece, but I'm just putting that out there. And I've got another question, or another comment, but I can wait for Councillor Frisch to go.
All right, thanks, Councillor Moore. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to confirm that you don't need a motion or anything to come back with those other options for tax increases for the 2026 year, the 4% and 5%. Like, will you come back tomorrow with those numbers for us?
I would need
You'd prefer a
council
motion.
direction.
Okay.
We have drafted a resolution that I think will achieve what some additional information the council may be looking for. with regards to the tax change scenario option given, adjusting the surplus base amount, and then applying the difference in the excess surplus to the future year's tax change to really balance out that tax change. In the scenarios given, anytime we lowered 26, it really pushed that increase to 27. And so, you know, does council want to adopt a 4% tax change this year, knowing there's a 22% change next year? Or should we see a set of scenarios that looks at a different tax change this year, say 12, 11, 9, 8, 10, 5, and then the impact of carrying that surplus forward to the next year to mellow out the future year's tax change?
And Mr. Garbutt's got a comment as well.
So just for clarification, Councillor Frisch, so page 26, I'm not sure exactly the slide, to change scenarios 26 to 30. The slide, it shows 12, 9, 8, 7, 6. You're asking if we can provide 5% under the existing. I think that's an adjustment calculation. Is that so? I'm sorry, did you say 5 and 4?
I said 5 and 4, just for contemplation. And then it would be interesting to know, you know, well, not necessarily to know, but I guess I would just want to contemplate how much surplus we are leaving for obviously emergencies, but also for future years to smooth out the tax increase. So just what you're looking at with two other options.
If that is just applying our current approach to how the surplus is estimated, we'll work on that. I believe that's a relatively straightforward calculation.
Yeah,
if it was to adjust how surplus is estimated, which is to Councillor McCollum's one, I'm not sure we could do that by 3 o'clock tomorrow.
Well, that's my intent, but I'll leave it to the rest of council to share it with you. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch, and back to Councillor Moore.
Yeah, thanks. There's another question always comes up. I mean, I think we do still need to get through the rest of the budget to see what else crops up, but I'm in general agreement with obviously looking at some different scenarios to get us to a lower increase. But I was curious whether you needed any direction around those 3 items that I brought up, which I think there was some support for some of them. I know that Kate mentioned that the local area plan, air park and urban forest strategy under her section, she was going to go back and talk to staff. So I'm just, you know, talking about the potential of taking them off the list. And then the other one was the consolidated municipal planning. That's a total of 600,000 if we were able to to do something with those. So do you need any direction on that, or?
Sorry, Councillor, consolidated municipal planning?
Sorry, the consolidated.
We're going to talk about that.
Yeah, okay. It's just, it was in the budget. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, those other items though, under development services, we're just gonna, is that what the idea is? You don't need any direction on that because you're gonna come back with some feedback?
Ms. O'Connell.
Thanks very much for the question. I don't need direction to come back with an update to council on the status of each of those items. And I will, in that report, make a recommendation to council around the items that I think can either be deferred because they haven't been started or they're not integral to other processes like through sequencing that are affected. At the same time, like when it comes to something like the urban forest strategy, if it's something that hasn't been started yet or isn't contingent with some other kind of work, then that can also be part of the recommendation. And really what I'm asking council for is a little bit of leeway to engage with staff so I fully understand the level of interconnectedness if it is there, as well as what the implications are of any kind of deferment or recommendations to kind of reconsider and or eliminate projects under the special project area.
Yeah, and I understand that if, you know, this, your you're coming into a department that hasn't been your department. I think we need to allow that leeway for sure. But really, the whole budget is recommended and we decide what we want to do with it. You know, it's all a recommendation, right? And we can determine whether we agree to all the recommendations or we do something different. So, but I do hear your point that, you know, you're in a different scenario there. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's my intent to provide council with all the information you need in order to make an informed decision, and having a talk with my staff is part of that process, so we can all understand what the outcomes are and avoid unanticipated consequences, if any.
Thanks, Ms. O'Connell, for those comments. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you. I had just one thought and then a question. I guess the thought is what I would find useful, and I know this probably can't be done for tomorrow, would be to try the calculation that Councillor McCollum was suggesting for the surplus, and then perhaps looking at something that's on the higher range of what other communities do, which seems to perhaps say 10%, just to model this to see what the numbers look like, a 10% surplus based upon that calculation for the areas that we don't have reserves. Then model in the items that Kate's going to be considering, like as to how they could be removed and what or pushed forward, and see, and with that set of numbers, then perhaps try modeling something along the lines of what Councillor Frisch was suggesting. That's obviously several different changes at once, and there's no way that would happen tomorrow. But I think until one sees all of the pieces we're thinking about and how they would fit together, it would be difficult to decide whether any particular tax rate would be the optimal one. I guess that would just come to a later meeting, you know, perhaps the next council meeting after this week, if possible, and then we can take a look at how they all fit together. And I just have one question also, I guess, about my question is about the bow wave, and I do understand the logic of it, and I accept that it's like that makes sense mathematically. I think part of when I look at the way things are projected forward, I note, of course, we don't have any surpluses listed for future years, which is understandable because we don't know what they are, but 9 times out of 10 we do have them, and so I think that we can't reliably predict what they will be, but you know, one can look at an average over 10 years and see what they come out at. I guess the bow wave, I think, is perhaps partially a function of the fact that we're not including any surplus, and in the end, surpluses do end up accruing over time. And my question is, when I look at the modeling the next few years, there's a big spike in 2027. Things come back down to some degree in 2028. And then by 2029, 2030, it's like all 3-point-something%. And personally, I'm not looking to try and take it to 3%. It just seems we go now, big spike, and then much lower at the end. And I'm wondering why they keep coming out that way. I recall that from previous years as well, that we were always ending up with like 3%. And I'm not sure we've ever given direction. That's where we want things to go at the end of 5 years. And I'm sure that has some impact on the size of the wave.
That is precisely it. It is the size of the wave that causes those future years to be reduced in costs. If we apply, if we reduce our taxes in the current year and don't change service levels, the bow wave always grows because your change, and that's what we're talking about here, is the percentage is the change from the prior year. So if your prior year's number is smaller, you have to have a bigger percentage to catch up. And so in the information provided here, in 2027, we do a full catch up. And so we do that 13 to 20% increase, which then makes your required changes for the future years substantially less because you're now basing that increase off of a much larger number. And so each year you can look back over the financial plans, you can always see the current year has been reduced, bow wave is there, and then your years 3, 4, 5 start to mellow out. And it's just the mathematics of how it works out.
I guess I think I understand that. I guess I'm wondering why we're always seeking to model so the 4th and 5th years are below 4%. I would tend to assume that if there's a slightly smaller 2027, where if we weren't trying to catch up very quickly by halfway through the 5-year plan, then we wouldn't find ourselves with very steep increases and then extremely low increases later on. Would there be a specific request we'd have to make for the numbers to be as sort of consistent through the 5 years as possible? Like, so that we're not going, sort of 17 and then 2 years later to 3.3. Like, do you see what I mean? Like we're not necessarily wanting to catch up all in 2 painful years and then go to something much lower than we've ever done. At least that's not the kind of pattern of taxation that I'm seeking. Is
Yeah.
it possible to model it so that the further out years are not quite so low, so that less of the punch gets taken in the immediate in 2027? If
And
that makes sense.
yeah, items that would really move that around is adjusting your capital plan. So over the last couple of years, we've also pushed capital projects out. Some of these are now landing in 27 and 28. The decision could be made to push those further out and spread that capital. That could be approach that's being done. It's also the challenge of forecasting 5 years in the future. We don't really know exactly what are the needs. So you'll see in tomorrow's presentation, we have a list of proposed projects. Those are all projects that are brand new to the capital plan that came up in the last year, and staff was like, hey, these are important to get done. And we didn't have this information last year. The approach is council could say, no, we set the capital plan last year for 5 years. This is what we're going to do. And it really eliminates those taxation changes.
Okay, I think I understand that, but and the 4th and 5th years would still come out at 3-point-something%. I guess I'm trying to.
If you push,
Yeah.
if you take a capital project that's funded from taxation in 2027 and move it to 2029, you'll take tax from 1 year and put it into the future. So you'll achieve that balance.
Okay, by moving this. All right, I think I understand where you're going with that. All right, thanks.
And if I may, through the mayor to council, so the amount of money that we need to deliver our core operations is X, and it always is X. And so as our service levels have been increasing, we need to increase our taxation to deliver that. We haven't heard any areas where we want to cut back in our levels of service. So this is is most of the work that we're doing is related to capital program and then the organization itself. And so I've heard a few conversations about, kind of next level, the next council may tackle a few items. And so that level of service discussion, the base we have to deliver our services. And I really abhor a conversation about core services, because municipal services have now expanded very significantly beyond garbage, sewer, water, that kind of stuff. And Councillor Helene isn't with us any longer, but he was talking about back in 2015, and then Councillor Frisch reflected on how much our budget is now and what we do now. But 10 years ago, there are the number of things on the social service side. We had no budget related to that. We know that our urban issues response is in the area, very significant budget costs, budget drivers that we must fund. So it is really challenging. And the same thing, we deliver the budgets to deliver the services, and then you have to consume them and deal with the fact that we have these changing service levels that many of them aren't our choice. In an ideal world, we would never have to do many of those things, but that's a force. So I just offer that, and I know it's very challenging. And so trying to land on tomorrow where so much of the budget driver is related to the capital, I think we'll get there. But I really appreciated that clarification. And then if I may, after this conversation is over, just to get really clear from Councillor McCollum what her the words, the components of the surplus is, but that's a separate matter. I just thanks.
Yeah. And the other cost driver when you're delaying projects is just those cost escalations. And I would say, whether we look at water treatment centers or sewer or Fifth Street bridges, like time and time again, those delays have resulted in exponential cost increases when they're 5-10 years pushed out, kind of thing. So I mean, but those are things we can contemplate as well. Like, if we're going to delay something, is it something that maybe doesn't have a huge cost escalation where it's more staff stuff, or if it's stuff where it might. So I'll pass it over to Council McCollum.
Yeah, thanks. Well, one point I wanted to make just on that, well, the bow wave and how it always looks better further in the future is just that we always have more certainty around what we're planning on spending in the short term than the longer term, even though we do a 5-year plan. So I think that does skew this to a degree, as just as we approach each year that new things come up that are needed, and those don't, it's only really the big stuff that makes its way on there for, for their own time. The other thing I just wanted to remind council of when we're looking at these tax increases is there's a $32 million loan for outdoor pool on 2028. So I'm not sure exactly how much that's increasing the taxation in 2028, but at this point, we've decided to explore what the cost of design is, and we're looking for other ways of funding that before we proceed. So I would just remind everyone that that figure is inflated based on a cost that I don't know that we support at this point. So do you happen to know off the top of your head what the impact is on that increase in that year?
So the way that I understood the council direction with regards to the pool was put in the budget at the 32 with regional support. So there is no impact to the city of Courtenay taxpayer, as the money would come from the regional requisition. So we carry the loan in our books, we carry the debt servicing costs, but we have revenue coming in from the regional service to cover the debt and interest cost. So for our budget purposes here, there is no impact.
So, okay, wow, I'm surprised. So it does show $32 million of debt in the capital plan, but that's the debt payment that we're not really bringing into our calculation. We're assuming that that's being fully covered by a different level of government.
That is correct.
In our projection. Okay. So realistically, if a future council were to act on that and carry that debt, that number for 2028 or 2029 or whenever that got done would be higher than what's in the slide.
Yes, if that council proceeded with borrowing the money without the regional support, it would be borne by the city or the arrangement at that time.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor McCollum.
Sorry, I just realized I didn't answer Jeff's question. Yeah, so my suggestion was to take any of the spends out of that spend amount that we have created its own reserve for. So that would be solid waste, that would be policing, and that would be gaming as well, because I think gaming's in that spend, as far as I could tell from the math. And we have 100% reserve for gaming. We keep an entire year away, so I don't think we need to include that. I think that was everything. Basically, that was my logic. If it had its own reserve, we don't need a secondary surplus to manage it. Yeah, that was all that I had on my list.
Excellent. All right, I don't see any other questions or comments. So let's do it. Oh. Okay, thanks for moving the motion to go in camera. That was seconded over on this side, I think, or I think I heard a seconder. Did you hear a second?
I got a second.
Excellent. All right, all those in favor? Motion carries.
Great. So hang on, folks. Till we know what we're going to talk about in camera, don't leave, staff.